You'll take snow over being sent to Oz. Yeah, last night was a little bit scary. We live in a place that technically we shouldn't get hit by tornadoes because like right where my house is, there's a series of a bunch of creeks. And I don't know what it is about meteorology, but something about like tornadoes don't like to go along creeks because it breaks up the storm, so they jump them. I live right in between like three. It was like that out in Wichita, Kansas too. Like where I lived was like the Native Americans were like, tornadoes will go left, tornadoes will go right. They'll very rarely go up this piece. And we rarely get them even lined up with us. So like last night I'm cooking and my phone goes off and then I'm looking like, well, shit, there's a tornado lined up right in line with us. And then like the next 15-minute update, it had gone way south of us. So I'm tired of snow. I'm tired of cold. This last week and a half has been about 60 to 80 degrees every day. Today, it's 24 degrees outside. I really don't like the direction our weather is going. I like when the weather goes up, stays up, summer, fall, all good. This every season in a day. I moved out of Chicago to get away from that shit. Friday kind of sucked. Friday I started my show and then the internet went down and the internet was scheduled to be going up and down. So I just said, fuck it. I was going to try to fight with it. Saturday, I was going to try to stream a little bit and I woke up and I'd gotten sick again. So my voice is clearing now. But I do not like missing shows. So hopefully today, all the spectrum work is done. Although with some tornadoes yesterday, I wouldn't be surprised if there's more problems. It's starting right off the bat with, could our president please decide what the hell he wants to do? Last week, you get the president of the United States all being a dickhead, really, to one of our allies. Trump accuses Stammer of seeking to join wars after we've already won. Well, yeah, because you see, the thing is there, Donnie, other nations, they either don't have war power acts, or they use their war power declaration acts the way they're supposed to, not the way you're using the War Powers Act. So it took a couple of days for other countries to even debate. Yeah, no big deal. 20% of crude oil is just sitting there while everyone's stressing. You said 1 year ago, hold on, we gotta celebrate this one. 1 year ago today, I was 250. I hit your goal. You hit your goal of 180. No shots, just diet and gym. Good morning. Good job. 70 pounds in a year is a hell of a pace, because that's over a pound a week average. The first couple of weeks you're dieting, like, you can lose a lot of weight in a couple of weeks. But then as you get into it, you eventually reach a plateau of, if you can lose half a pound a week, you're doing well. Because when you're at the 250 range, your daily calories to maintain is like 2,400, 2,500. If you're active at all, it goes up to 2,800. So if you really diet, if you get down to 1,600 calories from a 2,500 base, I mean, realize it's 3,000 calories to lose 1 pound. You have to have a 3,000 calorie deficit. Well, when you can take 800 pounds off, or 800 calories off of that every day, it means every 3 3/4 days you're losing a pound. If you're adding exercise on top of that, yeah, you can lose weight really fast. So good job. Congrats. I keep having the rebound weight. I keep having I'm healthy, I'm good, I'm walking, I'm lifting, everything's great, to I'm bedridden, and the thing that kills me is I don't change my diet when I get bedridden. I'm pretty much explaining what I did over the last few months to a T. Yeah, the sad part is, this is one of those examples of, I tell people, I'm not your physical trainer, I'm not a trained physical trainer, but I've spent so long dealing with nutritionists and physical trainers and all that. I get sick, that's my problem. So then I'm in bed. Well, that sucks. Last week, I would have had a bunch of hour-long walk days, but I had a biopsy in my foot. And now today I can walk and it's 25 degrees out. I'm not going to go out in this. I'm not doing that. Sorry. Well, good job on you. But anyway, Donald Trump accuses Starmer of seeking to join wars we've already won. Of course, you can't read the BBC. Let's make the news not free. Let's keep people ignorant and dumb. Trump says U.S. does not need UK carriers for Iran war. The U.S. president called the Iran war already won as he dismissed reports from the U.K. was preparing to send their aircraft carrier, the HMS Prince of Wales. So last week, it was everybody dogging on England because Donald Trump says, that's okay, Prime Minister. We don't need them any longer, but we will remember. We don't need people that join wars after we've already won. The problem with that, Mr. President, is if you don't tell your allies that you're planning on starting a major offensive, just like it takes us. Wasn't the UK's initial stance, we will not help? The UK's initial stance was, you stirred up the bloody hornet's nest. Don't drag us into your offensive war. Because their first stance was after it already began. Israel and the United States didn't convene all the allies. Now they're changing their mind. Well, yeah, but that's the problem. At first, Donald Trump wanted the UK's help, launch mission from their bases, and they said, hold on a second. Hold on. Our bases aren't combat prepped. Our bases aren't ready to be retaliated against. And somebody might say, so now they're changing their mind, then he changes his mind. Right. There's where the problem comes in. You want to go to war, but you repositioned Patriot missile batteries, HIMARS systems, stockpiles of interceptors. You made all of your bases that you wanted to defend combat ready. Then you kick off a war, and then you say, we want to use your bases. And, remember when I said the U.S. bases in Europe was a big benefit to the U.S. in projection of power? It is, but we still use those bases. We just can't launch combat. We can't launch combat sorties from them without Europe's permission. But we still land there. Now, what's killing us right now is hubris. Pride is killing us. Somebody didn't go through the risk assessment of, but what if it does? So what you have in your risk assessment is, we will do X and they will do 1. And the problem here is, well, X will eliminate 1. But what if it doesn't? Sure, we're seeing a lot of things right now come out of Iran. We're seeing a lot of things like, they've only been able to, we don't know how many ballistic missiles they fired off. I'm sure the military does. I'm sure the military knows how many ballistic missiles they've intercepted, how many drones they've intercepted, how many rockets they've intercepted, but they're going to make that number public, because then you can start piecing together intel. How many interceptors fit on a C-17? How many C-17s have landed? Blah, 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 blah. You can start to ferret out. You can paint a picture, an intel map. But if Donald Trump was certain that the war was won on day one, then why is Donald Trump now calling for help securing the Strait of Hormuz? See, the problem here is that you have a president who for years and years and years showed an utter contempt for the military. Donald Trump thinks that every military engagement is going to be a U.S. blowout 99-0. What Donald Trump forgets about is that you're bombing a country and you're trying to play by civilized rules. And a lot of it, we're finding out now, I think it's just to play from to push that narrative our allies don't pull their own weight. But the problem is, everybody who's anybody knows that narrative is bullshit because our allies are defensive allies. See, where I want to sit down and just bitch slap the average member of MAGA with a trout is that, first of all, this doesn't work at all. The UN as a concept does not work. NATO as a concept works, but NATO is a defensive treaty. So Donald Trump is like, where are our allies? And they're all like, you started this shit. The only reason why some countries are allying with the United States militarily is because either directly Iran struck their countries or indirectly, and we're starting to see some intel that it might be Chinese guidance systems in their missiles. The narrative does work to push isolationism, though, which is where a lot of people want to go. The problem with isolationism is that it doesn't work for America. America can't be an isolationist country. And Donald Trump should have realized that if he paid attention to any of the people that were briefing him when he was going about this bullshit trade deficit divided by 2 equals the new tariff rate. Because America is no longer a goods-based economy. We're a service-based economy. Sure, we make some goods, but the majority of the goods we make are for domestic consumption. The majority. We could have been an isolationist country if we still had the means of production for all our goods. Now, not to put too specific a point on it, but be prepared for your meat prices to go up starting today. 3,800 workers are on strike at one of the largest meat packing plants in the U.S. About 3,800 workers at one of the largest meat packing plants went on strike on Monday in what the union representative said is the first walkout at the U.S. beef slaughterhouse in 4 decades. The strike began Monday morning. The strike follows accusations from union officials that owner JBS USA retaliated against workers and committed other unfair labor practices amid contract negotiations. So, JBS has been charging many workers $1,100 to offset the company's expenses for personal protective equipment. And that's against the law. The strike comes amid a low for cattle population, down 1%. Raising beef prices have added to the economic anxiety. It follows January's closure of a meatpacking plant in Nebraska, which was expected to ripple through local economy. What they're striking about is, first of all, OSHA approved PPE is the responsibility of the employer. If OSHA says you have to have this, then the employer has to provide it, or the employer has to change the means of production so that PPE is no longer required. PPE is the risk assessment. Hey, the way you want to do this is risky, so they have to have gloves, they have to have hard hat, they have to have steel toes, yada, yada, yada. Now, a lot of companies will try to charge you for it as a uniform deposit, and then they have clauses in the employment book about when you lose your uniform deposit. Every job I've ever worked, depends on how they're getting paid, doesn't it? If they had to sign a contract before joining, is that still illegal? Yes, it's still illegal, because in the law, there are things that cannot be wavered. Like, to give you an example, in being a landlord, there is a concept called acceleration. And what acceleration means is, I'm going to just keep it as a nice clean calendar year. You rent an apartment from me in January, and the lease expires on 31 December. And you decide in August you want to break your lease. Well, in some states, I can charge you all the rent for September, October, November, December. Because we had a contract, and let's say the apartment's $1,000 a month. We had a contract for $12,000 that was going to be paid in 1/12 increments. So in some states, the way it works is the entirety of the rent is due by the contract. It's just due in 1/12 installments. In Illinois, and this is called acceleration. This idea that you owe me all the rent, whether or not you're in the place or not, that's called acceleration. Well, the problem in Illinois is, if you move out in August, you move out on 31 August, you surrender the keys on 31 August, as the landlord, 1 September starts my clock. I have to inspect the unit, estimate repairs, get quotes on the repairs, do the repairs, take photographs of the before and after, send all that to you within 30 days. I have to do all of that within 30 days, and that's $650, I think. It might be $625 for the deposit. Now, if it takes me a month to flip the unit back, then I can charge you September's rent. But if you move out, the unit's perfect, I don't even have to clean it, it's move-in ready, and I move somebody in on 5 September, I can only charge you for 5 days of rent, pro rata, and I have to give you the rest of September's rent back. I can't charge you for the rest of the month, the rest of the year. You can't waiver that in Illinois. So when it comes to, can you sign a contract and waiver something, the answer is depends on what the law says. In Illinois, the acceleration clause is non-waiverable. So you could sign that in Illinois. In fact, I just was dealing with a veteran who, they were getting fucked over, a disabled individual, they're also a veteran. They were getting fucked over, and I got them to take over $3,000 off for the bill due, because the response was either take the money off or take us to court. What if it's just a deposit? No, if it's a deposit, so for example, you charge $1,000 deposit, you take $200 out of the first 5 checks, because they give you steel-toed boots, they give you gloves, they give you goggles, they give you hard hat, right? But they want a deposit on that shit. They can do that. When you leave, you bring in all this shit regardless of the condition, you get your full $1,000 back on your last paycheck. There's nothing. I'd have to dig into the bowels of the OSHA handbook. Well, let's hope that's not what they're doing. A lot of companies charge people for their PPE because they get away with it. But the big problem here is unions are great. Unions are amazing. back 100 years ago before we had OSHA. People talk about how great the unions are. Why do you think manufacturing jobs in America are overseas now? The strike isn't good, no, but striking is a negotiation tactic. But the problem with people and their belief with unions is that, do you remember when Starbucks or Starbucks is still trying to unionize? And one of the people showed the video. It's because the individual was asked to work 8 hours on back-to-back days. 8 hours, back-to-back days, and the person was upset. I was seeing California. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Well, the problem is, having full automation is great because having full automation is great until you realize the unskilled individuals, the low skill individuals, are going to not be able to find other jobs. Because employers can't be competitive against cheap labor. You're right. Employers can't be competitive against cheap labor, but at the same time, unions drive up the cost beyond what is reasonable. And that's, and keep in mind, I come from a union family. My father and my brother are both operating engineers. My father's been retired for like 30 years, but he's an old fucking guy. My brother is just recently retired. They're both operating engineers, both members of the union. And I'm against unions. Well, currently there are quite a few low-skill jobs still. No, there's not. No, there's not. Dude, remember, we used to live in a society where when you graduated high school, there was the Ford plant, the Coke bottling plant, the Tootsie Roll plant, Nabisco cookies, Pluckman's mustard, right? American Can Company. There used to be more factory jobs than there were factory workers. You had kids dropping out in senior year of high school because they got offered an afternoon shift at the plant, and that's where they were going to work their whole life. Like, that was still happening in my generation. The guys I knew at the public school left to work at Tootsie. They left to work at Nabisco because we assumed those jobs had been there for decades, and we assumed those jobs are still there. You don't think jobs will pop up in other areas or will evolve into something else? Well, jobs won't pop up into other areas because we're downscaling manufacturing in America to all-time low levels. This one, Los Angeles Council backs $30 minimum wage for hotels despite warnings from tourism industry. They backed a $30 an hour minimum wage for hotel workers. Hotels with more than 60 rooms, as well as companies doing business at the airport, will have to pay $30 per hour by 2028. A 48% hike in minimum wage for hotel employees over 3 years. Except the immediate problem, which is we're right now facing 1,600 imminent layoffs because the revenue is just not matching our expenditures. California just can't seem to figure it the fuck out. You cannot raise minimum wage and help everybody. They raised minimum wage for fast food workers and 1,200 delivery drivers. Right? Full automation is going to be a thing that eventually happens? No, it won't. I'll tell you why. Because you're always going to have people there. All full automation does, all that AI fucking assist bot does, is free up the human's time for the bullshit questions. What's my balance? What? Why the fuck are you calling in to ask your balance? So, boom. The problem is, you used to have 5 people that answered 100% of the calls. Now you have 2 people that answer the calls that the AI can't filter through. Where do those other 3 people go to get jobs? Where do those other 3 people that used to pick up the phone and answer bullshit questions go get jobs now? Because let's be honest, in the food chain, the people doing those jobs are down here. And people that were doing these jobs up here are losing their jobs, so they're having to go down to jobs 1 tier below them. So, full automation is great. How are we going to feed and house and clothe all the people? That's the problem. It would be great if it worked. Wage theft is bad. Your state had a branch of a company that performed wage theft. The company was sued and found liable. The state told the company they're no longer allowed to operate in the state. They had to move the capability of 800 employees out of the state, and that was after they paid back about $3,000 per employees. Collective lawsuits to enforce laws are a great fucking thing, and there's a lot of ways to do that now. But the problem with that is your state said you can't operate in this state at all. Good job. You just moved 800 jobs out of the state. It penalized companies. What I really expect is a smaller downscaling than a larger one once the AI is refined. Right, but the piece you're missing is I keep asking you and you keep not answering. See, it's great. But the people that are working in jobs that AI can replace are the jobs down here. Right? Where are those people going to go? Because all the jobs that are down here with low skill will eventually be able to be replaced by AI. So what do these people do? Do we just let them die? Do we let them die on the street? Because we got to do something with them. We got to do something with the organic meat sacks. Back to school program. For what? This is the thing. You're not thinking past. You need jobs. If you have 10 million jobs and 9 million people, you're in great shape. Because you have 10 million jobs and 9 million people, there's upward mobility. You have 9 million jobs and 10 million people. 1 million of these people are fucked. So they go back to school. Great. Now a different 1 million people are fucked. The reason why companies are spending countless billions on automation is because they can't find workers that'll show up to work routinely. Can the government make them not? No, because we live in a laissez-faire capitalism, social federal democracy. The government can't. If the government told me at my business what I can and cannot do, then I just close up the business, take my fucking money, live on a fucking beach, and now there's no jobs. This is why the fight for social programs is rising. The writing is on the wall. We will have to use the government money to care for people when no jobs are there. So hopefully people up higher are making plans. Who? Which people? The people up making the plans are writing the plans that are fucking the people. The people up on high are the ones that keep putting the carrot in your face that say higher minimum wage will solve your problems. Higher minimum wage will never solve your fucking problem, because higher minimum wage equals less jobs. Less jobs equals more people on social programs. More people on social programs equal more taxes. That's the problem. If you told it, 1 second, I gotta look it up. There's a great, see if I can find the details, because it's I've lost the details. I don't have my teaching book in front of me for CPI. General Electric, Jack Welch. Jack Welch came up with a theory. And what the theory is, so there was a company that was underperforming. General Electric was underperforming. So what he did was he divided the company into the top 10%. These are the rock stars. The middle 70% and the bottom 20%. And at the end of the year, what he did was he straight fired the lowest 20% of the company. And so the next year, the bottom of the company was all the F and Gs, all the fucking new guys, all the fucking new girls. And what he said was, he said, now that I've gotten rid of the lowest 20% bottom performers, this year I'm going to fire the bottom 10% performers. And the whole fucking next year, productivity was through the roof. Everybody was finding things that needed to be fixed. Everybody was being efficient. Everybody was being effective. There were a couple of people that were deliberately sabotaging peers, but they found those people, they got rid of them. And at the end of that second year, he didn't have a bottom 10%, because everybody in the bottom 10% was performing where the middle 70% used to. Wasn't there already a massive downscaling in factories in our history? How did they solve that? Can there be even more service jobs? Wait, they're also trying to reduce the amount of manpower needed for that. I honestly have no idea. We did have more factory jobs as we transitioned to service-based jobs. And now we outsource our service-based jobs to third world countries because it's just cheaper. If you've never worked in a call center, then you don't know how fucking annoying people can be when they call in to get you to solve their fucking problem. So you're mad that you have a problem and you're gonna yell at me on the phone. I hate the outsourcing to the third world too, but you know, it is what it is. Because Americans want to be paid $22 an hour for a job that doesn't generate revenue. So you have to understand, you're not in, like, if your job can be taken by an immigrant, it was never your job to begin with. If your job can be taken by a computer, it was never your job to begin with. Sorry. You know what I notice aren't being replaced? Doctors, dentists, lawyers. Sure, we're importing doctors, dentists. We're importing them because we don't have enough people in this country. We don't have the capability to generate enough neurologists, transplant surgeons. Why? Because the pool of candidates is only this big, and in order for us to domestically fill all our doctors' needs, the pool would need to be that big. And so we're focusing on how do we make the pool bigger instead of focusing on schools, so that in 1 or 2 generations, the pool of doctors is that big. We want healthcare for all, and that's great. We want healthcare for all. But you notice nobody ever asks the politicians, well, say we gave healthcare to everybody tomorrow. How would people use it? They wouldn't be able to get a doctor's appointment. Shit, people with insurance right now can wait 13 months for an appointment with a specialist. So if you have to wait 13 months for an appointment with a specialist, with only 70% of the population having healthcare, if you give 30% more, if you fill up the whole population with healthcare, free healthcare, where are we going to get the extra doctors? Also, if everybody's healthcare is free, where's the monetary incentive for the doctors? Where's the incentive for the doctor to become above and beyond? We saw this in the military. We needed 10 doctors for the base. We only had 7. And so there were 7 doctors. They saw patients from 7:30 to 4:30. And we had 5 military and 2 civilian contractors. Well, one of the civilian contractors started to walk out the door at 16:30. And the department head said, you haven't done any of your charting. And the civilian doctor looked back at the hospital, the director, and said, you're right. But my contract ends every day at 16:30. I'm not allowed to work past 16:30. And the hospital, the chief of that department said, but you have to do your charting. It's in your contract. The doctor said, then you need to give me less patients. Right? They didn't understand that the military doctors were staying on base an extra 2 hours to do all their charting. That's a failure. You changed appointment times from 15 minutes to 9 minutes so you could squeeze in all the people you needed to make up for the lack of 3 doctors. Well, 15 minutes of the doctor's appointment time includes diagnosis, treatment, charting. The assumption by people here that do not know how free healthcare works in other countries is, oh, I have an ailment, they'll just take care of me. They do an analysis on cost versus your projected life. If something that will cost much over time to care for you and you will likely die soon anyway, you get denied. People do not understand that. You're right. People do not understand that. What they have in some countries, they'll treat you with dignity. Absolutely. They'll let you die with dignity. Absolutely. In other countries, you're absolutely right. The problem is they make a choice, a cost benefit analysis on if treating you is valuable. Now, we have to be careful because it's not that way in every country. It's like that way in some countries. From my understanding, with free healthcare, doctors get paid for having more patients, so you get less time with your doctor, which already happens. You're right. With free healthcare, you get, for example, my mental health drug provider. He's not really my psychiatrist. He's my mental health drug provider. I haven't seen the man in 5 years. Haven't been in his office in 5 years. He's retiring. He charges for a 45-minute appointment. The last time from the nurse calling me to my next appointment being scheduled and me being off the call was 2 minutes and 34 seconds. But he charges my insurance for a 45-minute appointment. I'm betting he got caught doing that. Instead of only seeing 9 patients a day, he might be seeing upwards of 300 patients a day. That's what's wrong with unchecked medicine. That's the problem with unchecked. Let's give everybody health insurance, and then let's hope that everybody is honorable in doing it the right way. My cousin was a doctor. She took Medicaid, Medicare. She took the lowest Blue Cross Blue Shield fucking state insurance in her in her practice was always full. The problem is she wasn't making enough. We need to make becoming a doctor more accessible. Yeah, we have. That's I say that all the time. We have to have more medical schools than we have now, because we can't even one for one replace all the doctors we're losing. Because, like I said, down here, seeing a neurologist in Southern Illinois for a long time was difficult. The 2 main hospitals didn't have a neurology department because there's not enough neurologists. Why does a doctor want to work in a hospital as a neurologist when they can open their own practice right next to the hospital? Because a neurologist can charge up to the insurance maximums. The neurologist office that I went to had a big fucking sign on it at the front of the room that said, "Military personnel take priority." I used to go to my neurology appointments in uniform. Walk into the neurologist's office, my appointment's at 1, so at 12:59, they're like, "Captain Jalan," I go back, and I would routinely hear people say, "Well, I've been waiting," and the nurse would, not even the nurse, the girl at the front would say, "But he has the 1 o'clock appointment." I know why the military people took priority. Because TRICARE pays to buku for our appointments off base. That doctor doesn't want neurology referrals from the base to start going down to the VA, because that's where he makes his money. He would rather lose 6 or 8 patients in order to get 6 or 8 military members. Yeah, many of the doctors who go to the US are there for a time to make some money and they go home, which is not entirely reliable for a country's healthcare system. Exactly. It takes 3 to 6 months in Maryland to get a specialist appointment, and you have gold level insurance. Yeah, it's all about the money. If I can get into the doctor, I can get whatever I need. It's getting into some of the doctors that's a problem. Like I said, when I nearly had a heart attack, the day I got back, the next morning I had a cardio echogram, stress test echogram. That appointment was scheduled in a car on the phone, because having a heart attack's a big fucking deal. My breathing test was like a week later. That's because the hospital gets paid for that. But seeing a pulmonologist, we don't have enough of those. But of course, to tie it back to Donald Trump's actions, has Donald Trump done a single thing to fix medical care in this country? Yeah, it was a stress test echocardiogram. Learning to become a doctor is hard enough, the amount of red tape, and nobody even looks down that route unless they have some way to come up with the cash. Shit, man. I know a doctor, a friend of mine, who by the time they finished with medical school, podiatry specialty, orthopedic surgeon specialty, so they could do the foot surgeries, $3 million in medical fucking bills. Now, they didn't pay $3 million because the clinic they took over at picked up a big chunk of their surgeon school, but $3 million fucking dollars between undergrad, med school, specialty school, and then surgeon school. We have to change the way college works in this country. College loans cannot keep people in debt for 4 decades. Shit, man, I'm not exaggerating. I'm turning 50 in the next 4 years. Just put a frame of reference on that. I turned 50 in 29. I have friends that graduated college in the same year I did who still have college debt. Holy fuck. That's 28 years after graduation, people still have college debt. See doctor, get specialist referral. Specialist wants an MRI. Schedule away for MRI, then schedule with specialist again. Specialist maybe gives you something to work off. Then it could be weeks or months. I had Achilles issue. Went to the doc in May. It was not till August I had surgery on it, and I knew in May it needed surgery because I had had the other one done 4 years before. Right, that right there. This right here is the problem with the process. My hospital group, my hospital network is trying to break out of this process. My hospital group is trying to have your PCM send you for exclusionary testing, and that way you're either excluded or you're going to see the specialist, and you're going to see the specialist with the test already in hand. Now, God forbid you miss a specialist appointment. Yeah, you're right. But here's the other thing. There's an awful lot of people that are fucking responsible when it comes to taking a slot. The reason why the hospital gets all on your ass if you miss an appointment is because, and this is why people are mad that there's waits, but they book in an extra 1 or 2 people so that if somebody no calls, no shows, then they do 8 appointments and 8 slots. Yeah, why they have $150 cancellation fees? Because you're costing them money. Now, I think it's bullshit, but I will outright say, you can either schedule 9 people into 8 time slots, right? And then fit the extra person in, or you can do 8 into 8 and charge $150 cancellation fee. Where I think it's bullshit is if they charge you a cancellation fee and they had 9 people scheduled into 8 slots. So now they got 8 into 8 and they got your cancellation fee. But I understand. But I get it. But I understand it. It's just like, I can never get over this one. I get the people right now that are trying to go to the airport, and we're going to talk about the airport today too, because holy fuck is the Trump administration killing tourism in this country. Like, holy fuck, we're going into spring break and you don't have the airports running at 100% efficiency. You have people getting to the airport 8 hours before their flight and still missing their flight. You have TSA lines out the fucking door into the parking lot because the TSA agents, for the second time in 6 months, they're working and not getting paid. They're not in any fucking rush to get you onto your airplane. But I get the people that missed their flight because they had an emergency getting to the airport. I get the people that miss their flight because the car broke down and they couldn't get there in time. Right. I don't get the people who miss the flight and you're standing there listening to them and they're like, oh, I forgot I had a flight. You're sitting in with them in the restaurant. They're like, oh, tee-hee-hee, I'm supposed to be on an airplane right now. I totally forgot. How the motherfuck you forget when your vacation starts? And then they get mad at the airline because the airline won't work with them. You have a non-refundable ticket. You didn't cancel it ahead of time. What's wrong with you? Well, what's wrong with this process is our government leadership. No quarter isn't some wannabe tough guy line. It means something. In order to give no quarter would mean to take no prisoners and to kill them instead. That would violate the law of armed conflict. It would be an illegal order. It would also put American service members at greater risk. Pete Hesketh should know better than to throw around terms like this.
They're confused and we know it. Our response, we will keep pressing. We will keep pushing, keep advancing. No quarter, no mercy for our enemies. Yet some in this crew, in the press, just can't stop. Allow me to make a few suggestions. People look up at the TV and they see banners, they see headlines. I used to be in that business, and I know that everything is written intentionally. For example, a banner or a headline, Mideast war intensifies, splashing on the screen the last couple of days, alongside visuals of civilian or energy targets that Iran has hit, because that's what they do. What should the banner read instead? How about Iran increasingly desperate? Because they are. They know it, and so do you, if it can be admitted. Or more fake news from CNN. Reports that the Trump administration underestimated the Iran war's impact on the Strait of Hormuz. Patently ridiculous, of course. For decades, Iran has threatened shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. This is always what they do, hold the strait hostage. CNN doesn't think we thought of that. It's a fundamentally unserious report.
The fundamentally unserious report. So you thought, hold on. Let me get this straight. Let me get this straight before I shit all over this. You understand that Iran has been saying for 4 decades, if you fuck with us, we will close the Strait of Hormuz. So you thought about it and you still couldn't stop it? You're talking about a 12 nautical mile wide piece. You can take out oil tankers in that piece with a shoulder mounted missile system. You don't need big fucking launcher pads. You can take that shit out with a drone. It's full of fucking flammable liquid. You just have to puncture the side and have an explosive. Pretty easy. You gave a fucking instruction of no quarter. That means no prisoners. That is an illegal order. And you are the person that issues orders to the general. You don't issue orders, you issue directives to the generals. You must take prisoners. Canada, fucking largest offender of not taking prisoners. You must take prisoners. Now, I'm sorry that some of these people seem to be operating under the premise of old school, but even old school, you were supposed to take prisoners. If men lay down their arms, right? If men lay down their arms, they're not supposed to be taken. They're not supposed to be killed. They're supposed to be taken prisoners. Those weren't prisoners. No, it never depends. Let me stop you before you just get straight banned off of my channel. There is no it depends. There is no it depends. You must take prisoners. Period. If you're going to say it depends, You better have a fucking document that I'm not aware of after all of my fucking professional military education. You better shit out a fucking document that tells me there is a "it depends" clause to taking prisoners. Okay, let me stop you. How fucking wrong you are. This is how fucking wrong you are. Yes, terrorists have the right to fucking the laws of armed combat because they're armed combatants. You do not need to be in a uniform to have the right of not being fucking killed if you surrender. Also, by the Geneva Conventions, so you mean the whole illegal war that we have going on in Iran right now? So Iran would be, by your own statement, your ignorant ass statement, Iran would be perfectly allowed to start bombing American cities with sleeper cells. Because if we're going to throw the fucking rule book out the window, then everybody throws the rule book out the window, right? So, I think that people like you, NATO, need to shut the fuck up. Minimum humanitarian standard. You're gonna quote shit to me? I told you, you little bitch. I didn't like you the last time. No, I'm not spreading disinformation, you dumb cunt. Common Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions. Armed conflicts not of an international character. No torture, no cruel treatment, no execution without a fair trial, humane treatment of detainees. You dumb fucking cunt. Why don't you stop spreading misinformation and actually have respect for people who served and learned this shit inside and out as a career? No, it doesn't, you dumb fuck. That's not Common Article 3. Not only official soldiers. Minimum humanitarian standards to all parties in a conflict, including insurgents and terrorist groups. You are so fucking ignorant and you're stupid. And that's a dangerous combination. I can forgive people who haven't been taught. Okay? I can forgive people who didn't do this for a living. But you're talking about a fucking manual that military trained people have it drilled into their head over and over and over. You got a TikTok motherfucking education or you did some cursory level reading. Why, if you're gonna be so fucking smart and tell me I'm spreading disinformation, why don't you understand Common Article 3 of the Geneva Conventions, which says all parties in a conflict, including insurgents or terrorist groups, have the right to no execution without a fair trial, which is what the phrase "no quarter" means. And they have humane treatment of all detainees. False. International official soldiers get Geneva Conventions, but not terrorists. No, I'm sorry. You're fucking dumb. I'm sorry, you're fucking stupid. Google it, Mr. Low IQ. Why would I have to Google it? You really sound like a screaming retard. Read. I got you. People like you are literally why this world is going to shit, because you think you know shit and you don't. Yeah, why would I Google it when you literally just posted it? They must face a fair trial for their crimes. I can't stand morons like this. I really can't. I really, really cannot. Common Article 3. Hold on, I'm in the wrong web browser. I'm in Article 3. In the case of armed conflict not of an international character occurring in the territory of one of the high contracting parties, each party to the conflict shall be bound to apply as a minimum the following provisions. The passing of sentences and carrying out of executions without previous judgment pronounced by a regularly constituted court, affording all judicial guarantees which are recognized as indispensable by civilized people. So, really, what the fuck was your point then again? The passing of sentences and carrying out of executions without previous judgments pronounced by a regularly constituted court, affording all judicial guarantees which are recognized. I didn't forget the first part. In the case of armed conflict occurring in the territory of one of the high contracting, each party to the conflict shall be bound to apply. Each party. I did. Each party to the conflict. Each party. Each party. Persons taking no active part in the hostilities, including members of armed forces who have laid down their arms. Those who surrender, those who have laid down their arms, each party to the conflict who have laid down their arms. I think you're not smart enough to understand this is a little bit above your pay grade. The passing of sentences, you cannot kill them. So, now what aha do you have? I do understand English. I think you don't. Each party to the conflict. Each party. Where the fuck does it say terrorist organizations aren't included? Are they not a party to the conflict? So you said read it, I went and found it, now it doesn't say what you thought it said. Or do you want to go down one? No, let's go down one, because you clearly didn't get it. Members of other militias and members of other military corps, including those of organized resistance movements. Oh shit. You mean there's a whole nother section that you didn't bother to read that clarifies it? Oh shit. Fuck. Persons who accompany the armed forces without being members thereof. Oh. Oh shit. So what now? The funny part is, did you know the word terrorist doesn't combatants and POs, those defined as the regular for. Yeah, what now? Privileged combatants, such as wearing uniform. Yeah, you cherry picked out of Articles 43 and 44. We're not there. So my question for you is, why did I go exactly where I said I was going to go? It said exactly what the fuck I said it was going to say. And now you're in Article 43 and 44. Because, what? Article 3 beat you like a redheaded stepchild? The one that actually matters? The funny part, NATO, is that if you bothered to actually study this shit, this is from 1949. Really? Really? Terrorists and non-state actors with weapons in hand have no right to defense in the Geneva Convention. Where does it say that? Where does it say that, genius? Because the word terror and terrorist doesn't even appear in the Third Geneva Convention of 1949. But it's pretty fucking clear about the word militias. It's pretty fucking clear about the words all parties. So now what? I'm just going to do this because you're a fucking idiot. Goodbye. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the walking, talking example of what the fuck I'm talking about is wrong with the goddamn world. Why terrorists are afforded so many privileges? That's a completely different fucking story. The problem is, assholes like that turn around and say terrorists aren't afforded those protections. Okay. Really? Then we're terrorists right now in Iran. There's been no formal declaration of war. There was no NATO Article 5 vote. There was no UN Security Council resolution. The War Powers Act only allows the president to act if there is an imminent threat to US interests, which I can understand the mental gymnastics that they did to say if Israel struck Iran, Iran would strike back at US assets, which would then, but Israel would have caused the threat to the US. The problem with people like NATO is that they think at 20 words a minute, they type at 35, and what their reading comprehension is zero. When somebody jumps from Article 4 to Article 43, or Article 3 to Article 43, you know for a fact that they haven't read the whole document. They're like, terrorists don't apply. Well, how do you know? Because there's no line in it that says terrorists don't apply. It would be really, like, honest to God, wouldn't it be great if there was a fucking line in it that said terrorists don't apply? I think that would be fucking great. I think it would be amazing if we, if we rewrote the Geneva Conventions. Yeah, some people read to confirm their beliefs. Literate people read to understand the text. Right, including context. Literally, the guy applies to conflicts not of an international character. And it literally says the wounded and sick must be cared for. It doesn't say the wounded and sick of lawful combatants. So, the times you told me if terrorists use hospital or religious grounds as shield and you have to sit there and wait for confirmation made me a little sick. Right. Because the lowest level person isn't given the authority to decide that doesn't get to decide they're going to shoot up a hospital or shoot up a mosque. Now, the problem here is that if NATO could get the shit out of his ears and the lead out of his ass, he would understand that governments will say terrorists are unlawful combatants, therefore they do not receive the POW protections under the Geneva Conventions, which is true. And if he had bothered to fucking think at 50 words a minute and slow down, he would understand that yes, technically, by the Geneva Conventions, terrorists do not qualify for POW status under the Third Geneva Convention. But Common Article 3, right, literally says all parties in a conflict. I don't make the fucking rules. If it was up to me, we would fight wars the way war is designed to be fought. Fuck them, kill them, and eat them. Bomb all their power generation. Bomb all their infrastructure. Bomb all their water desalination plants. Fucking carpet bomb the shit out of everything and go home. The problem is, yes, the POW combat privileges do not apply as written, but the minimum humanitarian protections in Common Article 3 do. And the big thing is, you have to take the most restrictive rules. Now, this makes me want to vomit in a bucket, but you have to take the most restrictive rules right? So if the Geneva Conventions says they're not POWs, but General Article 3 says all people, then guess what? What does Article 3 says? They can't be executed without a fair trial. And what's so stupid to me is if you're from America, you should already know that, because you should have been taught from a very early age. The Constitution of the United States only uses citizen 5 times in the organic Constitution, the organic Constitution and the Bill of Rights. It uses it 5 times, and it's talking about the requirements for office. The first 10 amendments do not specifically state citizens. So if you were properly educated in America, you would understand the idea of citizen versus civilian versus all people versus foreigners versus, if it says the right of the people. It doesn't say the right of the American people, the right of the citizen people, the right of the people who live here. There are countries, Egypt specifically, I can think of off the top of my head. Egypt has sections of their constitution that says the right of the citizen is this, the right of the people is this. That's clearly written. The right of the citizens of Egypt have these rights. The right of the people are these. Well, if they're not indicating, clearly there's a differential between the rights. France has the same thing. French citizens are afforded certain rights in terms of bail, where the people there has to be a hearing on bail in France within the first 10 days. For a French person, their bail is decided no later than the 10th day. For anybody else, the prosecution can ask for a 20-day extension to build the no bail case. Now hear that. They're spending the first 20 days just building the case for why you shouldn't get bail if you're a foreigner. In America, you have to be brought before a judge normally within 24 hours. Certain rural areas, dates withstanding, holidays withstanding, access to judges withstanding, you have to be brought before the judge for arraignment within 96 hours. And I don't think I've ever found anywhere that arraignment is longer than 96 hours. You don't catch the last arraignment on Friday, going into a 3-day weekend, you might be locked up for 72 hours. But fucking people like that guy that was just here is why our country can't make any fucking progress. Because number one, that's not what the document says. Number two, you're reading for bias. Now, I did see you say, I didn't know the IGRC were a terrorist group. I thought they were funded terrorists. The IGRC is a military unit without question. They're just a military unit that serves the supreme leader of Iran directly, instead of being the other army of Iran that serves the minister of defense, and then the president, and then the supreme leader indirectly. But fuck, man, we can't. Yeah, anybody can be labeled a terrorist group if you have the power to back it up. That's the problem. Yeah, it's normally 24, 72 hours if it's a weekend. 96 is the max if they force a judge or a magistrate to appear. I've never found anywhere, like there's one rural ass place with a traveling judge near a military base in one of the Dakotas that I remember there was a piece of hoopla with a service member at an Air Force base that the local prosecutor wasn't willing to give jurisdiction back to the base. And so the base said, well, when is our guy going to get a bail hearing? And they said, oh, the traveling judge doesn't come around here, doesn't get close enough for us to take him to arraignment until day 4. Holy fuck, though, that motherfucking, sometimes sometimes you have to just marvel to yourself about how dumb some people are. You have to marvel to yourself how dumb some people can be. It's just unnerving. No, it wasn't near Bismarck, because they would have just had him driven into town. He was out fucking Bubsville nowhere. Do I think this can be solved without sending soldiers in? This is the $1 million question. No. No. I'm going to take the first time chatters question. How is it determined if somebody is a terrorist? That is a great question. A terrorist used to be defined about 25 years ago, used to be defined as an individual who uses military force against the civilian population in order to compel a change of policy. But now, we label people as terrorists when they're against our interests. Obviously, the two Iranian militaries aren't terrorists. Iran wouldn't fit that, though. Iran, unfortunately, is a seated member of the United Nations. Iran itself isn't a terrorist organization. No, they used military force on their own civilians in enforcement of their law. See, where Americans struggle with something is that America has posse comitatus, which says our military can't be used. Our federal military, I got to be careful here. Our federal military can't be used for domestic law enforcement, but our National Guard can. But you notice Donald Trump, I hate when the man is right, but they can have laws that break international law. What international law? What international law did Iran break? Iran has laws that state if rallies become protests, then the use of force is authorized to break up that protest. They have laws that encapsulate that. Yes, federally activated National Guard can't be used because then they fall under the president and not the governor. But you notice Donald Trump activated guard units. He sent them into cities and they did zero police enforcement. They cleaned parks. They cleaned up trash. They did landscaping. All things that they're allowed to do. But people lost their fucking minds because National Guardmen were... Crab, you're all over the place. Does the Geneva Convention apply where? No, not to using your military against your civilians. No, because you have to have two sides of a conflict. Iran, okay, so I think I know what your question is. So, international law does not apply inside the confines of a country. Inside of the confines of this country, domestic law applies. International law applies when you have conflicts between two nations or in international waters. Because remember, despite what England and America think, they don't own the oceans. International law says, yes, it applies between two nations. That's where the rub is. International people are like, and again, people need to stop saying shit like what Iran did to its protesters was terrible. But America does the same thing. And we do it with our paramilitary forces, the FBI, ICE, Homeland Security, right? We've blinded a bunch of our civilians. We've killed 2 Americans for no reason. And yet people say we need to go to Iran and help them. Look, I'm all about getting Iran to stop being power brokers in the Middle East and stop funding like 13 different terrorist organizations. You shouldn't be allowed to slaughter unarmed civilians. Okay, let's start with America first before we worry about Iran. Good deal? Let's not take our morals and apply them all around the world until we actually write a rule book and we follow it. I would be way cooler with going around the world and pissing away, $100 billion in a 14-day war if we were actually doing those things here. If we were doing those things in America, but we're not. Well, let's just make it international law where we could even... No. Why do I want to make international law where even we could be held accountable? Who's going to hold us accountable? Nobody can hold us accountable right now for unlawfully bombing Iran. Nobody who can hold us accountable. What are they going to do? Sanction us with their military? What? You don't have a military that can stop us? Then, as Dave Chappelle said, then I suggest you shut the fuck up. Like, who can force America to do anything? Like, we can't. America has some of the most ignorant, uneducated fucking people. Like, you saw an example. The guy was here. Americans, why can't they sanction us? What are they going to do to us? America is the largest economy on the fucking planet. The last time I checked, it takes 3 countries combined, I think, if memory serves. It takes 3 countries combined to surpass the US's GDP. What are you going to do? Like, how are you... Yeah, it takes, assuming Wikipedia is correct, which is always a crapshoot, but we'll use it. We're suffering from just one country stopping a shipping lane. Let me stop you there. There's no reason we should have been suffering until Friday. They raised the prices. Gas companies raised the prices because they could. The United States has a $31 trillion economy. $31 trillion economy. China's 20, Germany's 5, India's 4. You have to take all 3 of these countries. Yeah, we're suffering from gas companies' profit taking, not because of the war. Do you think this all can be solved without sending soldiers in? No, you can't. You can't bomb your way to change. No, an abrupt stop to our sales wouldn't affect us. What would happen is the same thing that would happen to the US would happen to us like what happened during COVID. If people stopped shipping us bullshit to buy, we would have less bullshit to buy. But at the end of the day, certain countries can't afford to sanction us. Certain countries simply can't afford to not have us buy their products. They don't have another market. Why does it seem like no one gives a fuck about verified reporting during this conflict? I've seen verified Twitter users with large following posting blatant AI videos as if they're true. Here's why, Astro. Because being a content creator isn't about being accurate, it's about being first. Because you get paid by the view, you don't get paid by the credibility. It's why I'm never going to be a popular creator, because I'm not going to allow assholes like NATO, who was here earlier, to act the fucking clown and say I'm spreading disinformation when I'm spreading the most complete information I can, because I give a shit about being right. Now, if you had asked me, if NATO had gone along and asked me a question about UN charter doctrine 1497, I would have been like, I fucking don't know. Let's go look it up together and let's find out. But you're talking about the Geneva Conventions. You're talking about a document that military leadership, not just officers, but NCOs and above, they are trained on the Geneva Conventions once a year. We have to take training on it once a year. One of the questions is, I believe, if I recall correctly, one of the questions is literally, this terrorist that was just shooting at you sets down his rifle and puts his hands up. Shooting him in the face is the wrong fucking answer. And then it goes down a whole, it's supposed to be go down a rabbit hole of why you can't shoot him. But he's not a prisoner of war. You're right, he's not. He's a detainee. Costs a shitload of money to get verified on Twitter. Costs $4 a month. That's it. It costs $4 a month. It costs $8 a month, and then after the first month, you tell them you're gonna cancel, and they drop it. I mean, here's the thing. Ready? All X cares about now is the money. They don't give a shit about. Look at that. Oh, look at that. Oh, the gold check mark? Yeah, the gold check mark. I didn't know you were talking about the gold verified people. But the gold verified check mark people, they're making $3,000 a fucking post. Some of their posts are being seen by millions of people. I don't get how it doesn't affect a content creator's followers and money they're making by posting blatantly false shit. Okay. This is something I cannot do. But you can put out false information. You put out false information, and a lot of people go to it to comment on it, which drives your engagement rate up. And then the next, like, you put out one rage bait thing every 30 posts. One rage bait thing every 15 posts. All the people that rage baited on you get fed 2 or 3 or 4 of your next pieces of content. And then if you frame it correctly, which I won't do this, but you put out a rage bait piece of content, and then you put out a middle of the road piece of content, and you make it a question. Now you get them to come back and answer, because you make them think that they're converting you. And then you put out your opinion, and then a rage bait piece, and then a question piece, and a convert piece. It's why they make millions and millions of dollars. It's why there's so much misinformation, because you got people with TikTok educations, or the NATO guy who's clearly using ChatGPT, because I take what he posts into ChatGPT and I say, did you write this? And ChatGPT is like, probably yes. The U.S. often appears stuck in political gridlock. Where the fuck is that? The U.S. often appears stuck in political gridlock. Should nations such as Iran be allowed to pursue their own political systems and development paths rather than being judged against Western democratic standards? Yes. Absolutely. Yes, abso-fucking-lutely. Every country should be able to follow their own political system, their own development path, because we should have a United Nations that literally, like, in an ideal world, the UN would have multiple switches and multiple levers it could flick or pull when it comes to fixing people, making adjustments. If the whole world was fed up of America's shit they could flip a bunch of trade levers, and then America would stop getting what it needs. Would stop getting t-shirts and socks and underwear and cheap pots and pans and cookware and, you know, all the bullshit we buy from China, all the bullshit we buy from Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, you know, Australia stopped sending us 1 million tons of beef, all these things. But there's no mechanism for that. Because I think what a really important thing Americans don't know, because Americans, I'm sorry, but Americans aren't taught shit about the rest of the world. Like, just so that people can be kind of aware, American social studies rooms very rarely get to like World War I, World War II in any level of depth. They spend a week on World War I, a week on the Great Depression, a week on FDR, a week on World War II, and then most of the time, World War II doesn't, like, you spend a day on Korea, a day on Vietnam, a day on the first Gulf War, a day on 9/11, and then if you're lucky, the teacher has the end of the class, the end of the year, to talk about fucking 2001 to modern day. I think slaughtering your own civilians should be a line. I think they should be allowed to pursue anything else. Right, but Crab, then stop talking about Iran. Because America did that. So why are we bombing the shit out of Iran when our country did that shit in Minnesota? Again, I'm not against the idea of helping other countries, but remember I showed this series of pictures? This is how America treats its own fucking citizens. Okay, so I'm not interested in going over and delivering peace and freedom and prosperity to the Middle East while we're doing this shit to Americans in America. For fuck's sake, we killed 2 Americans. Now, one of them, the world's probably a better place without him in it. The other one, she got fucking killed in her car in violation of Department of Justice policy of the use of force, specifically the use of force against vehicles. So anybody who says we need to be in Iran because they're killing their own civilians, no, we need to be in fucking Minnesota. We need to be using the US military to overthrow our own government. But holy fuck, man. We're in bad shape. We're morally bankrupt as a country. If only it was that easy. You're right. If only it was that easy. Long time ago in a land far away. The year was let's see. The year was 2013-ish. And we had a government shutdown under President Barack Obama. A couple of years before that, there was another threatened government shutdown. Oh no, it was the one in 2013. That's the year they told the military, you aren't going to get paid either. And the military was like, excuse me? The fuck did you say? The NCO Association and the Officers Association got together and they wrote a wonderful letter to Congress. And that letter to Congress was, we're a little confused about your last statement that you said the members of the military won't be getting paid if the government shuts down. We would just like to remind you, since 1990, this military has become exceedingly efficient at removing governments that fail to properly govern their people. Sincerely, these two organizations. If holy fuck by the end of the next day, there wasn't money allocated for the military to be paid. Our military is really good at going in and overthrowing governments. If Congress can't run our government, our military is right fucking here. We can take care of that problem for you. What we have right now is we have a situation where you can't travel in America reliably because the airports are all fucked up. And where's the airline report? Thought I had the fucking airline report. We have major airlines are trying to get the government to pay the fucking bills. How the fuck do we have a situation where our airports are shut down again? That situation doesn't make sense. People get paid for their time after the shutdown is over. They don't work for free. And the military is some organization that gives them 0% interest loans for pay during shutdown anyway. No. First of all, not everybody gets paid for their time after the shutdown is over. Some people get furloughed. And although it has been the policy of the government to pay people whether they were furloughed or not, we will get to a point sometime that they won't get paid. Second of all, there are organizations that will give 0% interest loans. You're still waiting on getting the loan. You have to show up to work, but you're not getting paid. You don't show up to work in the military, that's a criminal offense. You don't show up to work at the TSA, the worst they can do is fire you. But if the deal is I show up to work and you pay me, and I show up to work and you don't pay me, I think the piece you're missing is, how the fuck do I pay my bills this week? If I'm a landlord, okay, we'll use the circle of life, right? I'm a landlord and you rent from me. I use your rent to pay the mortgage. Now, this is where we have a big problem in America. I'm not saying I like the system. I'm saying this is how the system is. I don't own this property. You're buying that property for me. That's renting in America. You go to your job this week, but your job gives you 0. So you have 0 to give to me. Well, the bank wants the mortgage, and now I have 0 to give the bank. That means you gotta fucking go because you ain't paying your fucking rent. But you're gonna say, well, I worked and I'm owed the money, but the government is shut down. Well, how the fuck do we allow our government to shut down? Because how the fuck are we out of money? Under President Jalan, from October of 25 to September of 26, we wouldn't be out of money because we would only be spending there the money we gathered in April of 2024. See, if it was up to me, 2024's tax season money would pay 25 to 26. So you wouldn't be shutting the government down because you don't have any money, because you would have funded that. You would have said, okay, we took in 4.1 trillion in revenue, so we allotted 4 trillion to this fiscal year, and we put 100 billion against the loan, against the national debt. That's how our country should be running, because that is good economics. Really, we should be running on about 3.8 trillion with some money in reserve, right? in case we have a natural disaster. But that's not right. That's not how we run it. I think it's time people just stopped killing each other and started working in their economy and people. I don't understand people and never will. You're right, because people are tribal at their very nature. Socialism works in your family. Communism works in your neighborhood. Socialism doesn't work in your neighborhood. Communism doesn't work in your state. Socialism works at the lowest level. Communism works at a medium tier level. They don't work at a large level. America is too fucking big to be a singular country. We're a constitutional federal republic, but we're too big to be our own country. Until people change. But people don't want to change. You have ignorant fucks like the guy that was here earlier who literally wants to say you need to read, and I'm putting the words on the screen and you're still not reading them. I can take the horse to water. I can hold its head under the water. I can't make it swallow. Yeah, guy told me that terrorists aren't afforded Geneva Convention's protections. So then I brought up General Article 3, and he wanted to jump to Article 42 and 43. He said that you can just kill terrorists. Same asshole from probably last Wednesday. Same fucking jerk off. The problem is I'm never going to be popular as a content creator because people have to understand I don't get paid to teach you. So I'm not going to be nice about it. If I will match your energy. If you come in acting like an asshole, being completely wrong, then I'll just treat you like you're an asshole who's completely wrong. Crab and I disagree on some things. Crab is living in the fucking the ideal world. And I want to get to the ideal world. I want to get to the utopia. I want to get to what is completely possible on this planet. But the problem is, some people have a misunderstanding of socialism. They have a misunderstanding of communism. Communism is everybody has total equality. Except the people who have more equality to make sure everybody else has equality. There is no true communism. That is correct. True communism cannot exist. It cannot exist because humans aren't capable of not having A-type personalities. Some humans cannot watch other humans fumble fuck around. It's just, you're always like, I know some people aren't going to like this example, but one of the best examples people always talk about how the world could be, is Star Trek. And I literally say to them, they have ranks. Their rank affords them privilege. They have prisoners. They have crime. It's not communism. What people don't grasp is that Star Trek is utopia, but it's not communism. In one of the episodes, Data talks about having replicator credits. You mean paychecks? Dr. Crusher in the first episode of Star Trek The Next Generation buys a bolt of fabric and has it charged to her account. They have money. You just don't see this because Gene Roddenberry and company chose not to put the greedy examples in Star Trek The Next Generation. People say, oh, a world without, yeah, it could exist. It could exist. But ask yourself an honest question. If you could sit at home, and play video games all day, Or you could go to work digging a ditch all day, get the same house, the same meal, the same medical care. Are you going to go to work and dig a ditch all day? If you can't type today, it's okay. I can speak typo. But if, like Asmongold said, he said, I can get up, play video games, eat chili, fall asleep, get up, play more video games. He's like, that's my life. If you could do that, would you go dig a ditch? Now you say video games are so bad right now, I might go dig a ditch for fun. I could get down with that. Be like, look, I want to go dig a ditch because I'm fucking bored. Some people say, can I do both? I enjoy a bit of physical work every now and then. My job has a mix of both. Right. But most people would be like, I can stay at home, get food, shelter, clothing, entertainment, not have to do anything. Well, when we're going to have an awful lot of people sitting at home, not doing anything. The problem is, and it's why I've said, and I like to use myself as a talking point, I could be a better content creator if I was hungry. I could be more polite and more accommodating and more accepting and more community building if I had a mortgage payment. If I needed this to pay my bills, I'd be a completely different person. Probably not, because I can't be fake as fuck and I can go make way more money doing contracting work. But I understand why some people are the way they are. It's because they're trying to work an angle. They're trying to make money. Look, man, I don't give a shit. I'm done. As I said, if I can turn around, yeah, Faye Lynn is in the same situation. Fucking no need, no necessity. Necessity is the mother of innovation. I was like that for a bit, and unfortunately, now with my body protesting and my nerve endings saying go fuck yourself, you know, it's rough, it's hard. But I still get up, I still do the show, I still research the show. Because it's something to do. Otherwise, like somebody said, my backlog of video games is so big I can survive 5 more years on more shit games. My backlog of video games is so long, I could stop streaming tomorrow and play video games, and it would probably take me 5 years to clear out my back stock of video games. I think society has changed, though. Not everyone should be required to work. History has shown many civilizations where there were large swaths of the population that didn't have long-term employment. Really? Which civilizations? Which civilizations had large swaths of the population that didn't have long-term employment? There were large swaths of the population that worked less days of the year. There was a time when women didn't work. Oh, really? Oh, fucking really? Housework, that's work. Cooking, sewing, cleaning, gardening, canning, that's all work. Right. But the problem is, you asked earlier, the service industry. I know people that drop their laundry off to have their laundry done because it's cheaper, time-wise, for them to have somebody else do their laundry. My father's shirts never went to the dry cleaner. When my mom wasn't working, when my mom was working, my dad's clothes went to the dry cleaner because that was one of my jobs, once to pick up his clothes, to pick up his shirts. All the boys did. We all left school, we went to the dry cleaner, we came home. We all walked in a fucking line of people. When my mom wasn't working, my mom on Saturday took her about 3 hours to do all the laundry, iron all the shirts and shit. The problem is, even when women weren't working, they were offsetting the cost to the home. Nowadays, you tear a shirt, most people throw the shirt out. Most people Right, but you said employment. You were referring to employment, but the problem is the things they were doing added value to the home. Mom having a garden that produces $300. And I agree with you, and they still can't they? No, they can't. Because we've swapped this for this. How does mom have time to cook, clean, shop, sew, iron, garden, can, if she's at a job making money? That's where people have lost the narrative. For example, right? There's a guy I know makes $75,000 a year, and he wants his wife to get a job, and her skill set, she might, with the hours she can work, right? She might get a job for about $21,000. So the husband said, well, if you did that, we would have $96,000 a year, and that would help clean up a lot of bills. And they came to me because apparently I'm Solomon the fucking wise, and they said, well, should my wife get a job so that we can pay down some bills? And I said, well, how much is childcare going to be? And the number they gave me was childcare was going to be about $975 a month. And I said, okay, let's look at this here. Mom is going to go and get a job, right? And mom is going to spend $11,700 a year on childcare. Mom's going to clear about $21,000, meaning mom is going to work a full-time job and make about $4.47 an hour. But that also means mom is supposed to drop the kids off at school, go to a job, then the kids go to daycare after school, right? But who's going to do the cooking? Who's going to do the cleaning? Who's going to do the shopping? It makes money sense, but not time sense. Because the more both people work, the more fast food you pick up, the more takeout you get. Well, that eats your budget. They may not be employment for pay, but they were employed not paying. Yeah, exactly. And what happened is post-World War II, World War II, Rosie the Riveter, we can do it. Women entered the workplace en masse to backfill for all the men that were gone at war. And then men came home, and some women went back home because they really wanted to be housewives. And some stayed in the workplace because they wanted equality. America is the greatest example of how it costs to save time. Yes. And this is where I say, if you try to make the argument to me that DoorDash is worth it, I will slap the fuck out of you 99 times out of 100, because for 99 people out of 100, DoorDash is not worth it. Yeah, I'll get to that in 1 second. Now, what shocks me is that I have a buddy who makes anywhere between 75 and 150 or more an hour contracting. And so he's like me. If you know me, you'll know that if it's for my kids or my wife, if I need to buy like a car, I'll buy a car like that. My wife's car was in an accident, I'll buy a car. But I'll buy a $20,000 car without thinking twice. I'll buy a $175,000 house as an investment property without thinking twice. But I'll lament over buying a $50 fucking controller. The problem is, I said to my buddy, I said, if you make 75 to 150 or more an hour, then you should be door dashing your food. And he says, why? I said, because if you stop working for an hour to cook, clean, cook your meal, clean up after yourself, put the dishes away, you're going to lose at least $70, if not $100, $150 that hour. He said, yeah. Said, so you DoorDash something and with tip, it's $40. Yep. That means that hour you didn't lose money, you just made less money. It took you 5 minutes to place the order. The food comes, takes you 15, 20 minutes to eat. Takes you 1 minute to clean up. You still were productive for 30 minutes. Meanwhile, you got people that are making minimum wage door dashing all the time. And I've seen it. People will be like, I need help balancing my budget. I was like, okay, well, let's get your budget laid out. I said, just download your checking account statement into Excel for the last 2 years, or send me all of your statements for the last 2 years. I'll have the program do it. DoorDash represents 19% of their expenditures. And people, I'm sorry, but this bullshit where people show this chart, cooking at home is more expensive than eating out. No, the fuck it is not. No, the fuck it is not. That study was put out and done by the fucking fast food industry. I'm sorry, but if you're actually paying attention to what you're buying and what you're cooking, it is cheaper to cook at home. Well, I can get a burger and fries for $5.99 at McDonald's. Okay. How much are 8 hamburger buns? How much is 2 pounds of ground beef? Figure it out. Your burger price with fries that you can make at home. And then what some people do is they do the shit. They're like, well, if I have to now do that, I have to buy an air fryer. You mean a convention oven that you already have? Because all the your oven, I know the fucking air fryer industry is going to hate me for this. An air fryer is a fucking oven. It just heats up a hell of a lot faster. An air fryer is good. Yeah, an air fryer is a mini oven. My new oven has a button on it that says air fryer mode. All it does is turns on a fucking fan inside of the oven. You know what that is? One more fucking thing to break. Yeah, it's air fryer mode. Because it turns on a fan that blows the air around. We're living in a society of uneducated people. Yeah, that already existed. It just has another fan now that blows the air around the oven. Yeah, they renamed a convection oven. Yes. They took the same fucking product because people recognize air fryer mode instead of it being convection oven mode. It's air fryer mode. DoorDash, you DoorDash once in a while if you're supposed to go out for the date and your wife is just destroyed and she doesn't want to go on the date, but the things you were going to buy at the restaurant and have it sent to your door. Oh yeah, there's a time and a place and a space for the occasional one-off DoorDash. Absolutely. I'm not saying never DoorDash, but what I'm saying is if you're poor, stop making excuses for why you're doing what you're doing. You're pissing away money. Now, for example, my daughter has crippling depression. My daughter has crippling anxiety. My daughter will sometimes message us and say, I'm unable to feed myself today. And we will say, okay, you're unable to feed yourself. What would you like? And she will tell us. And then either I will go get it, my wife will go get it, somebody will go get it. The fuck are you? Somebody will go get my daughter something to eat. If nobody is around, like if we're gone, then we'll say, DoorDash yourself something. And we're not DoorDashing it because we're condoning the laziness. We're DoorDashing it to her because if she messages us and says, I'm too depressed to cook, I don't want to tell her to cook because then is she going to remember to turn the oven off? Is she going to stay awake? Is she going to burn the fucking house down? Those are the things I'm worried about. It's the every single night thing that adds up. I've recently had to stop buying pizza delivered because they increased the price to 30 pounds for a 13-inch 2-liter drink and 2 small sides. Yeah, that's crazy. Most people don't think of the future. You're right. Most people do not think about the future. Because the future is boring. Give me 1 second. We'll talk about why the future is boring. Okay, so the future is boring. When I was 21, when I turned 21, there was no great need or rush to go out to the bar and have a drink. Number one, I'd been going to bars for a couple of years before that. I had an Irish passport, and I'd walk in the middle of the group. You walk into the bar and you've got the bouncers checking everybody's IDs. Well, I'm just in the middle of the group. And nothing is said to me. Like, hold my passport up. He's like, I can't read that. Okay, just come on in. Things were a lot less strict a couple of years ago, like 20 some odd years ago. But when I turned 21, my friends were going to the bar. And my friends were spending $75 each night at the bar. Now, I want you to keep this in mind. My friends were spending 34 hours of minimum wage pay at the bar. Then they were putting it on their fucking credit cards. They were spending almost a week's worth of salary at the bar. I wasn't gonna fucking do that. I wasn't about to go to the bar and spend $75 a night. 2 days. Yeah, but keep in mind, this was 20 some odd years ago. This was when you could get a bottle for $1. A shot was $3. A brew and a shot cost you $5 because you tipped. The waitress brought the tray over that has all your shooters in the inner ring. I'm sorry, all your shooters on the outer ring, and all your beer bottles are in the middle because you can't have 2 drinks in front of you. You shoot your shot off of the tray, you put your shot glass up, you take your long neck. Take your bottle. It's $5. There'd be people they'd be buying girls drinks. I ain't fucking doing that. Buy your own fucking drink. It's one of the things I love about feminism. I love that feminism kicked off. Yeah, last time you went out the bar, your tab was rent for some people. What did I do when I turned 21? Drink at home. Why? Because I had my own house. Those same kids are spending $200 to $500 every weekend. Right. Guys used to say to me, guys would be like, yeah, man, I hooked up with this really hot girl at the bar last night. You should have come out with us. Be like, I fucked my really hot girlfriend in my bed in my house. I'm not, I don't need to do that. I always thought it was embarrassing that my friends would be bragging about how they picked up a girl and went to the no-tell motel. And I was like, you can't even properly fuck someone because you live with mom and dad. But you're telling me that I'm boring? Same friends. They want to go to the ball game. I've told this story, but I'll tell it again. Same friends want to go to the ball game. It's a 2:35 opening pitch. So they got to leave. They got to leave at 11 o'clock because they got to fight traffic and get downtown and pay $20 to park and walk fucking until they pass Jesus's sandals because they're parking in the cheap lot. Then they get to the ball field and they spend $20 on a cold hot dog and a flat beer. And then they're at the game. Then they get home. They left at 11 o'clock in the morning. They're not home until 8 o'clock at night. Their whole day is shot. Okay? 11 o'clock in the morning. Hey guys, see you tomorrow. You're not coming? No, I'm not going to the game. I don't like ball games. You guys have fun. 11 o'clock, doing housework, right? 12 o'clock, laundry, putting laundry on the line, fixing something around the house, mowing the lawn. 2 o'clock, the watch beeps. Oh, the ball game's going to be on soon. Okay. 2 o'clock, pick up the phone, order a pizza, right? 2:20, out of the shower, doorbell rings. It's either the girlfriend or the pizza. Either one is great, right? 2:30, the doorbell rings again. It's the other person. Sitting back, relaxing, watching the ball game. Ball game ends. Depending on what kind of mood. We're either fucking in the bedroom or fucking in the living room. But people are pissing away money. And then they're in their 30s. They're in their 40s. Shit, some of these people are about to be in their 50s. Some of these people have never been out of debt ever in their life. Some of these people are still making credit card payments for drinks they bought girls 30 years ago because they've never cleared their balance. Some of us never get that luxury. Well, hold on. I'll be honest with you, it's easier to think of the now and enjoy it, and would argue it's better to enjoy your prime than enjoy your older years. Let's not say some, let's say most. Yeah, but here's the thing, man. Crab, here's the problem. And I will 100% agree with you. There are a lot of people that in their 20s, they want to enjoy their 20s. But I spent my 20s living like other people won't. And I have spent the rest of my life since living like other people can't. I have no mortgage. I have no car payments. I am totally liquid. I'm not most people. But guess what? I gave up some rather minor, minuscule shit that personally didn't mean much to me. Like, I found out today that people go to Disney World on average 3.5 times in their life. I also found out today that I'm exceptional at something. There are some people who say, I don't want to worry about later on in life, and that's fine. But those are the same people that now that we're in our 40s, they start to complain. And I look at them and I say, whoa, 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 I don't want your complaint. And they're like, well, you're my friend. I am your friend. But I don't want your complaint. Because remember when I worked hard, like Mother Goose, in my 20s, and I made the bread, and I got the stuff, and I baked the bread. Now I get to eat the bread, and I ain't inviting you over for any bread. Right? The problem is, it's like the ant and the grasshopper story. The ant squirrels away food all winter, and the grasshopper doesn't. And then, or squirrels away food all summer for winter, and the grasshopper doesn't. Then when winter comes, the grasshopper has to knock on the ant's door and say, "Can you please feed me?" There are many cases where people are working for other people as well. It's more complicated than what you're saying. No, it's not. It's not more complicated than what I'm saying. Because you can work for other people and still manage your money properly. Family. Why would you work for family? That is an honest to God, straight up question. Why would you work for family? Never should. No, you mean you're working because you have a family? Guess what? That was a fucking choice. See, that right there, you aren't working for someone else. You're working to take care of your obligation because you stuck your dick in crazy without a raincoat on, and now you have a kid. That's your choice. You stuck your dick in something. It's a choice many people have to live with. But it's a choice people have to live with. It's a choice. What it is, it's the consequence. It's a consequence of your choices. See, what we have turned around is we've become too friendly of a society. We're too afraid to hurt people's feelings. I know a buddy of mine, high school graduation party. I only went to it because it was nearby where my fiance and I were staying for the weekend. My fiance and I were, we went up to Gurney. We went to Six Flags all day. We left a little bit early to drive about 40 minutes to this going away party for a lot of people. A lot of guys were leaving for the military. So there was this party. This girl they had like acreage and a lake. It was like they had their own fucking lake. And a huge house, guest house, all that. We weren't staying there, but we drove out. Our one buddy was going. A couple other buddies were going. So I went with my girl and we were there, and one of our good friends was basically wandering around in a toga. He was wandering around in a sheet. And girls, he was leaving for the army, and he was jacked. He was strong boy. He got all the ladies. And as he went around to this party, he kept getting going away fucks. And then 9 months later, when he came back after basic training and AIT and all that, he got popped for not one, not two, but 3 paternity tests. And he was the father of number 1, the father of number 2, and the father of number 3. He impregnated 3 high school girls on the same fucking night. And his life was basically then determined and over. He married one, and he had 66% of his pay taken every month in the military until his other 2 turned 18. People don't want to look into the future because they have already made choices that ruin or delay their future to the point they don't want to think about it. Right, but the problem here is that's tough shit. Like, honestly, and this is why I'm never going to be popular and why I wouldn't be a good therapist. Because tough shit. When you make the choice, you don't choose just today's outcome. You choose every day's outcome for the rest of your life. And what we've done as a society is we've said, it's okay that people screw up. No, it's not. It's not okay that people screw up. It's not okay. And we need to stop saying it's okay that you screwed up. We need to remind them every single day. That's your obligation. This is your obligation. It's 18. It's still your obligation. You just don't have to financially support it anymore. The problem is, if society, and I don't blame any one particular group of people for this. I blame the individuals who became part of this. My developmental baseball league, we didn't have snacks, and we didn't have juice boxes, and we didn't have treats. We got permission or no permission to go to the concession stand. Now, of course, the coach didn't control us once we were off the field, but all the parents respected the coach's decision. If you played a good game, you played hard, and you just lost, coach would be like, yeah, go get a hot dog or something from the concession stand. If you threw the game, if you snatched defeat from the jaws of victory, the coach should be like, I think some of you are just here for the snacks after the game. So why don't you just get the fuck off my team and go to the concession, just come up here, go to the concession stand and go home and don't waste my fucking time. And nowadays, you couldn't have a little league coach. You couldn't have a little league coach that looked at kids and say, you're all a waste of my fucking time. That coach should be out of a job. That coach should be on fucking YouTube, TikTok. That coach should be under investigation for, he'd have like 14 hurt feeling reports. But do you know what the difference is? Generation X came out and life wasn't terrible, but we were raised as if we were going to be fighting zombies and dragons by the time we were in our 40s. Like, we were told the whole fucking world is going to collapse and fall in on itself. Why is that? Because we were all afraid of the fucking commies. We were all afraid of the Russians. We lived fuck around and find out. We lived that shit. And even if you, like, good example, great example, you're friends with Tommy, and you know better than to go down to the rickety old wood bridge that crosses the creek, because your dad has fucking warned you. I better not catch you down by the creek, and I sure as shit better not catch you on that rickety old wood bridge. And then you're friends with Tommy, and Tommy's dumbass walked across the rickety wood bridge and fell in, broke his arm, needed 30 stitches in his leg, and your father would cuff you upside the fucking head with a fucking Sunday newspaper, and you're like, the fuck did I do? Tommy fell in the creek. Well, Tommy's a fucking dumbass. And you're like, but why the fuck did you hit me? Because you were thinking about it. I'm getting hit for shit that I might have thought about. What? But you know what? A couple hours later, you'd go to your dad and you'd say, yeah, I deserve that. Why? Man, I was thinking about it. Tommy bragged he's crossed the bridge 3 times. Then your father would look at you and say, okay, amnesty time. How many times have you crossed the rickety wood bridge? And you had to decide twice. And your father go to fucking backhand. Okay, I already got you. I got you for it. But now you understand. See, we're gonna go. Then your dad's like, put shoes on. We're gonna go visit Tommy. You go down the block and Tommy's in that fucking full arm, fucking Iron Man, fucking Superman fist pose. He's not gonna be able to move for 3 months. And then you get there and Tommy's mom, you got one family coming out with another boy, you know. You ring the doorbell. Tommy's mom's like, come on in. Tommy fucking leg all fucking 30 stitches down the side. But it was a different world. It was a different time. Now, right? Go on, do it. Keep talking. No, don't stop now. All roads lead to a smack upside the head. No, we shouldn't be proud of our children beating the shit out of other people, even people that need the attitude adjustment. While I am proud of your son for beating the shit out of a homophobic piece of shit, we can't condone violence because, unfortunately, violence begets violence, which is something I understand. Violence begets violence. So good on him for standing up to the bully, but bad on him for beating the shit out of a bully. Because even bullies have protection of the law. I don't like it, but I have to say it. Now, if you ask me that question while I'm not on stream, probably gonna be a fucking little bit of a different answer. But Twitch has certain policies about preaching violence. Most people don't teach their kids or grown children that one mistake could cost you countless years. Yep. Most people don't teach their kids or their grown children that one mistake can cost you countless years. What do I tell my daughters? Don't sign a prenup. What do I tell my nephews? Make her sign a prenup. Why two different sets of advice? Two different clients. We can't condone violence, but Lucille is, we can't condone violence, but Lucille, my dirty girl, she's in the fucking storage room. So is it still their fault if they're ignorant? So that's a core. That's the core of a big problem we have. If you are ignorant, you are uneducated. If you are uneducated, you were not trained. Whose fault is that? What age are you? What age are you? Because depending on your age, you being ignorant might not be your fault. Your parent, like, for example, Catholic sex education was because they took the girls out of the room, they took the girls across the hall, and the boys that were in the classroom across the hall came over to your classroom. Catholic sex education in the 80s and the 90s. Find a girl, fall in love, get married, have sex, have a kid. So it's a 5-step process. Find, love, marriage, sex, kid. Also, God gives you a gift of a child. This is Catholic sex education in the 80s and 90s. You find your partner, you fall in love, you marry in the Catholic Church, you consummate your marriage, God grants you a kid. Well, if you aren't in love and you aren't married and you have sex, God won't grant you a kid, right? Because God is making all the decisions in this, right? Right? Yeah. No, that's why in the 70s and the 80s, you have an awful lot of Catholic school kids that have kids really, really early. So it's the devil, right? The law doesn't care about ignorance, but we were talking about fixing a society, and the law doesn't fix anything. It's a preventative measure. You are correct. The law doesn't fix anything. The law is the penalty. The law is the stick, not the carrot. What's going on with the Strait of Hormuz? Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz, and Iran has struck a couple of cargo vessels that are attempting to use the Strait of Hormuz. The problem with the Strait of Hormuz is it's 12 nautical miles across. It only has 2-3 nautical mile shipping lanes with buffers and then edges. And you can take out a ship in the Strait of Hormuz because of the speed you have to travel the strait in. You can't really be evasive. Not that oil tankers are fucking evasive to begin with. So Iran has managed to damage ships that are in the Strait of Hormuz. And Donald Trump and his Secretary of War have said, well, we thought about it. Yeah, you thought about it, but you didn't. You can't do anything about it. You have, the only way you can protect the Strait of Hormuz is by taking over all the landmass of Iran that borders the Strait of Hormuz, so they don't have line of sight to launch direct tactical level weapons at it. And even then, you still have to have air defense over it so they don't launch drones at it. And in order to do that, you would need to put a couple of U.S. naval ships in the strait, but then they're vulnerable targets. I think schools need to be required to teach the hard truths. I would agree with you. I would agree with this 100%. Violence always means a failure in communication. I clearly explained that sometimes it is not you who failed. Yeah, violence is... The problem is we can't talk about violence on Twitch. But if it was an academic standard, I would remind people that war is a continuation of diplomacy. War is not the failure of diplomacy. War is simply the continuation of diplomacy. Shotgun diplomacy. The DUI secretary said the strait is open if Iran didn't fire at the ships. Yeah, the strait is open if Iran stops shooting at the ships. Absolutely. Can we start with taxes and budgeting? As said, those are pretty soft truths. The reason why we don't want to teach people about taxes is we don't want to teach people about taxes because the more they understand about taxes, the more they understand that the money's being wasted. Like, for example, child support. Men don't understand child support. And I'm going to give an example. So here's the man. Here's the man. Here's the dad. Here's the mom. Now, break. Yes, I understand that a lesbian couple or a gay couple or a transgender couple, wherever the fuck is adopted kids, I get that. We're using mom and dad in this example. Dad pays $600 a month in child support because that is what the courts have said dad needs to pay. And then dad gets mad because mom gets her nails done. And dad says, well, I don't need to be paying this child support if she has the money to get her nails done. Oh, really, Dad? Well, you have money to buy beer, right? You have a truck, right? You go fishing, right? Not all of your income is going to your child. Well, your 600 means instead of mom paying 100% to this kid, mom is now paying 50% to this kid, which means mom has disposable income. Guys don't understand that. Now, on the flip side, I had men in my parenting class who would say, I don't know what to do. I bought my daughter all brand new clothes. And when I send my daughter home, the next time my daughter comes to my house, my daughter has all ratty, small clothes again. I said, well, what you do is, number one, you document that. Number two, you send through your lawyer a question of why did I just buy new clothes and the clothes aren't coming back with the kid? And then you buy your daughter more new clothes, but whatever she wears to your house, when she gets there, she takes off. You wash it. She has clothes at your house. She keeps at your house. Then you send her back in the clothes that the mom sent you in. And you make sure to take a lot of photographs over the weekend and get an Instagram because you're proud of your daughter. But you want to make memories with your daughter, but you also want to document that your kid has clothes at your house and where the fuck are the clothes you're sending back to the other house? There isn't a one size fits all here because people are shitty to each other and they take it out on their kids, which is morally reprehensible. You should not be taking it out on your fucking kids. People shouldn't leave school ignorant and unprepared for the real world. I was and still am ignorant. I didn't know you could declare bankruptcy when you have a decent job and would have never known. Right. You wouldn't have known. See, that's where we have the idea that it takes a village to raise the idiot. I'm sorry, the child. It takes the village to raise the child. You're not supposed to get 100% of your education from school. You're supposed to get a part of your education from school and a part of your education from your parents. Now, my father was straight up with me, which I really appreciated. My father was straight up with me. When I started high school, my father said to me, he's like, you are now further in your education than I ever got. My dad dropped out of school, I think after 7th grade, maybe 8th grade. My father dropped out of school and started working because that was Ireland in the 60s. The 60s. That's what you did. So my father was straight up. He said, you've now gotten further in school than I have. But my father, he made me bring all my textbooks home every night. Because my father, after I would go to bed, or while I would be out, I would come home routinely and find my father in my physics textbook or my civics textbook. When I was in college, my dad read almost all of my history books. My dad really liked history. So my dad read them all. Because I didn't sell back any of my history poli-sci books. I built a library. So my dad would read them. Because my dad never stopped. My dad didn't need to know history of poli-sci at that point. He just wanted to know it. I swear to God, if my father had come to America and had my opportunities, my father would have been a CEO of a Fortune 500 company because he's got that kind of a brain. Now we know why the political parties have reduced education funding. Dumber you are, easier you are to manipulate. But it's not the political parties that reduce education funding. And we need to stop perpetuating that myth. It is the political parties haven't reduced education funding. The federal government only provides about 9% of a state's of a school's individual budget. And most of that budget is not for the education piece. They contribute to all the ancillary pieces. 55 to 60% of a school's budget is because we have a property tax-based system in most states, not all, but most. We have a property-based tax system that gives rich neighborhoods more money for their schools because their property is worth more, therefore they pay more in taxes. Right, hold on, but you said political parties. The political parties operate at the federal level. They operate at the state level. Schools operate at the local level. Schools, political parties don't control how much money goes to the school. The property taxes do. School funding isn't at an all-time low. School funding in some districts is at an all-time high. In other districts, it's at an all-time low. Why? Because as the property value goes down, the quality of people moving in goes down. As the property value goes down, the tax base goes down. As the tax base goes down, the amount of money that they have for the schools goes down. The quality of the teacher they can recruit goes down, which means people don't want to move there because the schools suck, which means the property value goes down. Political parties aren't involved in school funding. My city needed a new school, so they needed to raise property taxes to do it, but the people who didn't have children outnumbered the people who did, so the tax hike for the no school was voted down. Right. And see, that right there is, this right here is the flaw with how we fund schools. The other flaw we have with how we fund schools is you have a dividing line between two suburbs. And their schools are in opposite corners. And this school district is spending $18,000 per kid. And this school district is only spending $12,000 per kid. Why? Those suburbs touch. They're in the same state. Why is one school funded $6,000 more per student? Because the houses here average $300,000 and the houses here average $175,000. This is our problem. And slowly the city will turn into an elder city that has zero development and will die out, and the elderly will wonder why zero people want to buy their house. Right. Exactly. You want to do things that keep your property value going up. A new school is needed for the greater good. Right. That's the problem. A new school is needed for the greater good because you want new families to move in. As new families move in, property values go up because the demand for that school district is high. That works out well for you if you plan on moving. It doesn't work out well for you if you're looking for a place to stay forever. If you're looking for a place to stay forever, you don't want your property taxes to go up. You don't have any more kids. I don't give a shit what they do. And let me say, I don't give a fuck what they do with property taxes. I don't pay them. I'm a 90% disabled veteran on individual unemployability. I don't give a fuck what they do with property taxes. You can make property taxes $25,000 a year. I ain't paying that shit. The moment you take away my exemption, I'll give a shit about property taxes. And I already said, if they changed the property tax law that I had to pay property tax, I would keep my daughter's apartment in town so my daughter could go to this school district, and I'll just move one town over. Register my daughter through the apartment and just live eight minutes more away in the next town over that has a shitty school district. My kid don't gotta go there. Society has changed. We are going to have an entire generation of kids reading and believing misinformation, so the opposite is happening. School is probably one of the only reliable places to teach it these day and age. I agree with you. I agree. You have a person like NATO who came in earlier, who was already a shitty human being to begin with, but then got corrected, didn't like the fact that they got corrected, and then didn't want to learn from it. Like, look, I am not infallible, but when you talk about a topic that was drilled into my head over a 15-year career, look, man, you don't understand the document, so why don't you just say, why don't people ask more questions? Why don't they use the Socratean method? The only thing I know is that I don't. Why don't people turn on and say, hey, why do terrorists get protections under the Geneva Conventions? Be like, great, let's talk about that. They don't get protections under the prisoner of war section because that is only for uniformed combatants. However, General Article number 3 says all parties in the conflict. The word terrorist doesn't appear because we weren't using the word terrorist in 1949 when we wrote the fucking document. Then we get into the questions of should it be? Like, why is it that the UN has 33 human rights? And yet America doesn't, or 30 human rights. Did you know that the United Nations has a Universal Declaration of Human Rights? Did you know that the UN has this? Because we don't teach this shit to American kids. All human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. They are endowed with reason and conscience and should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood. Oh, so the U.S. shouldn't bomb Iran, Israel shouldn't bomb Gaza, Russia shouldn't invade Ukraine, Pakistan and Afghanistan shouldn't be fighting each other. Everyone is entitled to all the rights and freedoms set forth in this declaration without distinction of any kind, such as race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth, or other status. Furthermore, no distinction shall be made on the basis of the political, jurisdictional, or international status of the country or territory to which a person belongs, whether it be independent, trust, non-self-governing, or under any other legitimate or any other limitation of sovereignty. So you mean Gaza? So the United Nations that has sat on its hands for 2 years over Israel's actions in Gaza, Ukraine, Yemen, Lebanon, Syria. Oh. Everyone has the right to life, liberty, and security of person. Life, liberty, and property. The United States made it life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The UN made it life, liberty, and security of person. No one shall be held in slavery or servitude. Slavery and the slave trade shall be prohibited in all their forms. Sounds good. No one shall be subject to torture or to cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment or punishment. Oh. Everyone has the right to recognition everywhere as a person before the law. And they've got 30 of these. Everyone has the right to work, to free choice of employment, to just and favorable conditions of work, and to protections against unemployment. Yeah, the U.S. is doing a lot right there with this one. Everyone without any discrimination has the right to equal pay for equal work. I actually disagree with this. You have the right to equal pay for equal work with discrimination. I've been there for 10 years. You've been there for 10 minutes. I should make more than you. What did I see you say? They say, what do they do but put peacekeepers somewhere? They have a gun but no ammo, tanks with concrete in the barrels. I don't know why people keep repeating that bullshit, but the UN doesn't do that, so I don't know why we continue to advocate that. If the UN puts peacekeepers somewhere, yeah, they may have done it at one point, but UN peacekeepers are armed. I want to remind you as well, the US military sometimes has rules for whether or not you have one in the chamber. But the problem is the UN is useless because there are 5 conflicts on the planet right now that the UN, by charter, should be intervening in. Gaza, Yemen, Iran, Ukraine, Afghanistan. Those are the 5 off the top of my head. And then a bunch in Africa, but that is a whole different onion to unravel. But we have people that can't even read. Now, what did you send me? What was this one that you sent me? Who could they send to intervene? Every country that's a member of the United Nations is required to provide peacekeeping forces. But if a UN state goes to war, the country's like, nah, what power? Well, because here's where the flaw is. This is the flaw. In order to get the UN to have a security resolution, it has to pass the Security Council. You think Russia isn't going to veto a Security Council resolution about the UN assisting Ukraine? China would veto for Russia anyway. It's a broken fucking system. They need to rewrite the United Nations Charter so that if the General Assembly passes a resolution, it can override the Security Council. If the Security Council votes no, but 95% of the General Assembly votes yes, that should be enough to overturn the veto. I mean, honestly, they wouldn't have to do much. If Israel bombed UN troops, they would be in trouble. From who? The problem is, from who? No, the Security Council wouldn't just leave the UN. It's a flawed document. It's a flawed idea. It's an absolutely flawed idea. How could they spin it? Again, it's not about spinning it. It's about which country is going to commit to fight Israel. Knowing that the United States has a defensive treaty with Israel. Yeah, Americans would be against them, which means the government would change their opinions. It's really hard to have good conversation with a lunatic like President Trump in office because President Trump doesn't know what he wants.
Verantwortung als NATO-Partner für das NATO-Territorium. Wir haben eine Verantwortung für die Ostflanke und für den Atlantik, insbesondere als Deutschland in unserer geopolitischen Lage. Das ist unsere erste Verantwortung. Alles andere.
What does the world expect when Donald Trump, or what does Donald Trump expect from a handful or two handfuls of European frigates to achieve there in the Strait of Hormuz, which the powerful American Navy cannot manage alone? Hi, buddy. This is a great talking point. Germany didn't start this war in Iran. And what does the U.S. now the U.S. is asking for allies to help them police the Strait of Hormuz. Dude, you have 2 carrier strike groups there. You have a third on the way. You said to England, Europe, United Kingdom last week, we don't need your carrier. And now you're asking for assistance. You've got the Secretary of War saying, we were aware of the risks in the Strait of Hormuz and we planned for them, but you can't do anything about it. It's like, I remember back in circa 2010, 2011, we're developing all these up-armored MRAMs, mine-resistant ambush vehicles. And, well, France didn't say no. France said yes. France sent the Charles de Gaulle. France is sending their carrier to the Mediterranean. Now they said no about the Strait of Hormuz thing, but if France sends a carrier, that's the show of force that I don't know why Donald Trump needed. But anyway, we built these mine-resistant ambush vehicles. And the terrorists figured out how to take a ball of copper and fire it at the MRAP, and it pierces through the armor. A $10 bazooka made out of copper can go through the armor on a $500,000 vehicle. The problem with war is hell. The problem with war is, you can't, if a terrorist with a shoulder-mounted rocket system can blow up an oil tanker, then you have to control all the land. Might just be probing the UN to see who is willing to give support, and we will probably see some repercussions for the countries that didn't want to help. Seems petty enough for Trump's idea. Pretty much. I'll be right back. All right, so this is where my big problem with Donald Trump is. Donald Trump doesn't have a 4,000 page plan. Trump's request also showed he had no plan for the Strait. Right. Yeah, I missed Friday because the internet was down, but I've been able to stay online today. With Switzerland denying the use of its airspace for the Iran conflict, do you think this could snowball broader into more of Europe being accessible, impacting your ability to project force? No, because right now we don't. Right now, the only countries that could, 4,000 page. So the only countries that could really impact our ability would be the UAE and Oman. The UAE is a collection of countries, but the UAE and Oman, that could impact us. If Pakistan got snarky and we couldn't go over that little piece, not a big deal, but we have carriers. I mean, it's not like Europe's a big deal. Now, if Iraq said we couldn't fly over the airspace in Syria, then we wouldn't be able to support operations from the Med. That might be a problem. But the truth is, what the fuck is left in Iran to even bomb? Iran doesn't have a chance, but without boots on the ground, you can't force regime change without boots on the ground. And I'm adamantly against forcing regime change in Iran anyway. Like, under President Bush, we went into Iraq. We removed Saddam Hussein. Now, some people would say Saddam Hussein wasn't the legitimate ruler of Iraq. Okay, well, if he wasn't, then why did we give him a military? Well, he was a dictator. Last I checked the book of governments, dictatorships are a form of government. It might not be a form of government that we want, but it's still a form of government. Like, I still think that the United Kingdom has an amazing opportunity here. The United Kingdom has an awesome opportunity. When William becomes king, Parliament should go to the king and say, we're giving you absolute monarch authority back for 10 years. In 10 years, Parliament will reconvene. Have that. Fix the country. One person with absolute authority can fix a whole lot of things a whole lot faster. Going to make some people mad. But the thing is you're always going to make somebody mad. Yeah, the Islamic Republican or the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps can just say, my home is my barracks and my closet with an AK-47 or with an AK as my armory, and wait until the U.S. and Israel leaves. You're right. You have a leader. Is gas being at $4.69 is as bad as it's going to get? Oh, gas is going to go over $5 a gallon. Yeah, William is Charles and Diana's. Gas is going to get worse. As we move close, if this doesn't break up before the summer months, this gas, you'll see $5.50 for gas. You might even see $6 a gallon for gas, depending on how long this lasts. And again, last week, one of the things I started talking about was Donald Trump gave Russia a 30-day waiver on the sanctions against Russian oil because Europe needs oil. So There's a 99% chance it won't do anything. Without a regime change, there is a 100% chance nothing will change. Well, right. Bombing the shit out of a country doesn't force regime change, because instead of the older, wiser, more patient supreme leader, we now have the supreme leader who America's making fun of. He's disfigured. He's in a bunker. He can't even do a video message. He has to do a written letter. Why the fuck are you provoking a guy who... Why are you provoking a guy whose father funded 13 terrorist organizations? What I don't like about the way my government runs right now is my government is a bunch of fucking bullies, and they're a bunch of shitheads who talk down to everybody, regardless of if the other side is right. Look, we're saying stuff like, Iran used force against protesters. Cool, so did we. As long as we accept that, why are people rallying and protesting free Iran, but Israel is using force against civilians? But we're not protesting that. How do you change the regime? Change is the regime is mostly based on ideology. Well, you regime change. Remember, Iran went through a revolution in 1979 where the Shah of Iran was replaced by the Ayatollah. A regime change is turning Iran back to what it was in 1979 and making it not be a theocracy anymore. Giving the people the voice. But the problem is which people? I thought we were protesting against Israel. Okay. We're protesting against Israel. We're protesting against Iran. But we're supporting military action against Iran, who's killing their own people. And we're not supporting military action against Israel, who's killing other people. I think that's where we've got to recognize Israel is the more wrong here. Israel is killing the Palestinians. Iran was killing the Iranians. It's just like I said the other day. You can't help people go through a revolution if they aren't willing to die for the revolution. Israel doesn't have more gray area. Israel has zero gray area. Israel is killing innocent civilians, period, dot. There's no gray area there. Israel has killed 75,000 minimum civilians. They've wounded or killed 50,000 children. I don't give a fuck what your rules of engagement are. If 50,000 children are dead, wounded, disfigured because of your actions, you have a really shitty decision matrix. Period, dot. And I'm not including the children who have died of dysentery from dirty water. I'm not talking about the children who've died from malnutrition, starvation. I did see today Israel is keeping now Israel is keeping their border crossing the border crossing with Egypt closed. I need to dig into how they're doing that specifically, because Egypt's willing to open it now. But their government there is a gray area. The Hamas government is a gray area. Yes, absolutely. But Hamas being elected by the Palestinians brings with it the same flaw of freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is not about liking the speech that's being said. Freedom of speech is about allowing the person to speak even if the words they say are making your blood boil. There are people in my community who members of my community ask, why don't I ban them? I don't ban them because they have conviction, they believe what they're saying, and they're not deliberately distorting or misrepresenting the truth. They're not promoting disinformation. They're promoting bad views, but what they say is accurate. The facts they introduce are accurate. Like the guy earlier. If the guy earlier had posed it as a question, why does Article 3 and Article 43 and 44 contradict each other? Then we could have had a conversation. But when you're trying to beat me over the head with something and you're clearly not reading what I'm showing you and you're not reading what's on the screen, then it's not a difference of opinion. It's my facts don't support your narrative, and now you're mad. Israel is killing Palestinians. The Ayatollah of Iran was killing Iranians. There's no similarity there. One is killing other people, one is killing their own people. They're both bad, but one is worse. Especially if we're gonna say, if we're gonna say something like, well, we have a moral obligation to help Iran have freedom. Really? Really? What about the Palestinians? Where's our moral obligation to help them have freedom? The problem with letting Gaza have free elections is they elected a terrorist organization. It's the same flaw as letting people have free speech. People might have free elections and they might not elect who you want. You think Trump's whole plan might just be to bleed Iran's capital so they can't support terrorism until they rebuild? You would think that, except the problem is the United States has spent probably 50 times more in this war than Iran has. All Donald Trump is doing is setting up a situation where in the midterm elections the House becomes a majority Democrat and the Senate flips an awful lot of seats, and then Donald Trump's legislative agenda is over. If Donald Trump can't, if the Republicans, yes, Twitch did change the rules. Dan Clancy caught up with modern times. We have heard this cry before. Which cry would that be? That midterm elections generally favor the party opposite to who won the 2 years prior? Which cry is that? First of all, which cry would it be? Would you like to articulate? Because I'm not a Trump fan. I'm not against Trump. I'm not for Trump. But you said this cry before. I'm talking about how midterm elections work. I'm sorry if I went over your head with the legislative agenda. So which part exactly? Fall of Trump, this or that? Okay. I'm talking about the fall elections and the end of his legislative agenda, because he's teeing up elections to favor the Democrats, and the Democrats only have to flip the House, which they need to flip a total of 7 seats total. Do you think that what's going on in America right now? The Democrats won't flip 7 seats? Once they have majority, Trump can't, his whole legislative agenda is gone. Right? We agree on that. If Trump doesn't have if the Republicans don't have majority in the House, like they have right now, his legislative agenda is over. We agree on that, correct? Sometimes you have to hope people can catch up. The difference between Iran and Israel is why support is different. One is trying to exercise their freedom. The other is a consequence of their freedom. To be clear, I think that both need to be intervened. Oh, I agree with you. Democrats have not been able to do anything in the last 4 years. Okay. And? What did Trump do in the 4 years before that? If you want to turn it into a Republicans versus Democrats thing, that's okay. But then Trump, what has Trump accomplished in this term other than cost every American family $1,700 on average by taxing them through tariffs, because he believes that tariffs are paid by foreign countries when tariffs are paid by the importer. And when the importer is an American company, They passed that cost along. So, I'm really confused as to, yeah, do you not understand what the midterm elections are? Chips and Science Act. Well, yeah, but don't give him the stuff. We want him to get to the point that wasn't done. Yeah, you got baited. Yeah, see, the problem is people here, like, I don't even know what this person's position is. They're like, I don't even know if they're pro-Trump or pro-Republican or what. But it has nothing to do with the last 4 years. It has to do with gas is now over $4 a gallon for a lot of Americans. Gas is going to reach $5. Yeah, you're not supposed to help the person. You're supposed to let them flounder as they try to figure out what Trump did. And then we come back with all the stuff the Biden administration did. But if we browbeat them, or if someone joins the stream and first hears Trump this, Trump that. But what about it? Donald Trump's actions as the leader of the Republican Party influence midterm elections. And that's not just Trump. It's what Biden did influenced midterm elections. What Trump did the first time influenced midterm elections. What Obama did, So how do you have an idea that I'm talking about the midterms? Because I literally said what Donald Trump is doing is queuing up to lose the House in the midterms. And if he loses either the House or the Senate, his entire legislative agenda is sunk. I'm sorry, but you're new to the show, so I'm gonna give you a freebie pass. But when the words literally came out of my mouth, that is how you would know I'm talking about the midterms. Because you literally had enough information to open your mouth and say, oh boy, we've heard this cry before. So I was assuming that somebody on my channel was educated and adult enough to wait until they had enough facts before they opened their mouth and started typing. But clearly I overestimated you. So I asked you the pointed question. I said, what did Donald Trump accomplish in his first term? Because you said the Democrats didn't get anything passed in 4 years. Well, in March 11th, 2021, they passed the American Rescue Act Plan of 2021. In September of 21, they passed the Infrastructure and Investment and Jobs Act. They passed Chips and Science Act of 2022. They passed the Inflation Reduction Act, which, you know, Biden was about infrastructure, climate, clean energy. They passed PACT in August of 2022, which was important to me and my people because that expended VA healthcare for veterans, specifically those that were exposed to burn pits while deployed. They passed the Bipartisan Safer Community Act on June 25th of 2022, and this was the first major federal gun law in 30 years. And instead of taking away guns like other gun acts tried to do, what it did was it strengthened background checks and red flags, like people that have domestic violence charges, they can't get guns. And it increased mental health and school safety funding. December 13th, 2022, they passed the Respect for Marriage Act. So you say that they didn't get anything done. What about the Violence Against Women Act Reauthorization 2022? The Postal Service Reform Act of 2022. Granted, they passed Juneteenth, which I don't give a shit about one way or another. But you say they didn't accomplish anything. But Biden accomplished a lot in 21 and 22. Why were all the things Biden accomplished in 21 and 22? Because what happened in the midterm elections? Oh, yeah. Like always happens in midterm elections, the power structure changed. Now, why was Trump able to walk in and carry a massive win across the board? Yeah, the midterms are a check on the party in power. If the economy feels rough, the opposition is fired up. the president's party usually drops seats. That is absolutely correct. That is why midterm elections are so important. That's why Donald Trump has lost his fucking rocker with what he's done right now. Donald Trump already cost most American families $1,700 a month last year. That is Consumer Price Index polling results where the tariffs raised prices on things people need. People aren't happy about that. Remember what Donald Trump ran on? Drill, baby, drill. We're going to build a wall and make the Mexicans pay for it. I'm going to end the Ukraine war. I'm going to end the Ukraine war on day one. I'm going to have the Israel-Gaza war finished before I ever take office. Okay. You're going to get Doge checks. You're going to get tariff checks. And you think that Donald Trump hasn't set his party up for failure in the midterm elections? When people turn around and their first response is, but the Democrats didn't do anything in the 4 years prior. Well, then your ideologies have become your identities. And you think that my attack on your ideology is an attack on your identity, which I will fucking do anyway. I will make personal attacks on you. I don't care. I would rather make attacks on your ideology, but if you choose to blend the two so closely, I don't know where one ends and one begins, then I'm going to say what the fuck I have to say. And what I have to say is there's an awful lot of dumb cunts running around the internet that don't know what the fuck they're talking about. All presidents make bad decisions, but starting the most unpopular war in modern history, when he was already dropped in popularity, was a colossal mistake. Yep. Starting a war with Iran, when first of all, the War Powers Act is going to end up choking the shit out of Trump. The reason why Trump is starting to panic is Trump is 3 weeks in, and Trump has to already start thinking about drawdown. Because, for those of you that don't realize it, it takes a lot of effort to move that much military hardware in or out. Second of all, the War Powers Act, in my opinion, now that Donald Trump has used it to commit murder, all those Venezuelan boat sailors, fishermen that got blown up, fucking international law states how you can go about boarding a foreign flagged vessel. Donald Trump didn't give a shit about any of that. As far as I'm concerned, the president should be charged. They could be drug dealers. We don't know. We don't know. But due process means we find out before we kill you. So sailors, fishermen, maybe they were drug dealers. Maybe they were fucking aliens. Maybe they were androids, cyborgs. Maybe they were fucking fox girls. We don't know because we didn't follow international law and board the boat. We didn't ask Venezuela for permission to board the boat, which you're supposed to do. Now, the problem I have is I don't like to condone murder of innocent people. Well, at least Venezuelans are happy. No, they're not. But Venezuelans are happy. Some Venezuelans are happy. Some aren't. Some are. But I want to point something out to you. Saying people are cheering for something makes it good. There's fucking liberals who cheered when Charlie Kirk got murdered. People cheering for something doesn't mean it's good. Because as far as I'm concerned, a fucking dad was killed and liberals that were cheering for it. If I had the fucking purge fucking get out of jail free card, me and Lucille would have tuned a lot of fucking people up. Do you think they didn't have intel before they blew up those boats? How do we have solid intel coming out of a country that doesn't work with us? It was about time someone gone to Iran and end that 40 years of murder and torture. 40 years of murder and torture. Hold on. Hold on. We got to do it again because we keep having people that want to say this shit. So we need to go and stop the people that do this, right? This is morally reprehensible behavior. So we need to go and stop the perpetrators of this violence, right? Daggy, we got to stop the perpetrators of all this violence, right? Come on, man. You said we got to put an end to 40 years of murder and torture. So we got to put an end to this, right? It's a yes. It's 3 buttons, man. Oh, we got to put an end to this? This is what Donald Trump did. All these people are Americans. All those people are Americans. This is an American. This is an American. And this shit was done to him in America by American law enforcement. So don't fucking talk to me that we need to go over to Iran and end 40 years of fucking anything when we shoot rubber bullets at the faces of American citizens exercising their lawful right to assemble to ask for a redress of grievances from their government. We got to end the murder. I think losing your eye to a rubber bullet counts as torture. We got to end the murder. We murdered 2 Americans in Minnesota in the span of 2 weeks. But I do. Okay, the problem is you want to go to Iran to end murder and torture. By what standard then? Because it's the right thing to do? Morality-wise? Well, then we need to fix our own government. Because they're paid protesters. Joe, you are correct. There are some people that are paid protesters. A lot of those people, they were just at assemblies. Because there's a difference between an assembly and a protest. As long as it remains lawful. As long as it remains lawful. It's just an assembly. Also, rubber bullets are never supposed to be shot directly at the person. Rubber bullets are supposed to be used on a ricochet. But yeah, by his own logic, Daggy is calling for revolution in America. Which is fine, because I think we need one. But it's really easy. It's really, really easy. No, you said that. You said that. You absolutely said that. You absolutely did say that. No. Because what you said was it was about time someone gone to Iran and end that 40 years of murder and torture. Well, you want to end murder and torture. Well, then we need to get rid of President Trump, by your own words. Because murder, we killed 2 Americans. No, in Iran. Oh. But why not in America? Why not well then why don't people come to America? Why doesn't the whole world come to America and remove Donald Trump because he authorized murder and torture of Americans? See, the only reason why Donald Trump is allowed to behave the way he can behave is because he's the commander-in-chief for the world's largest military. Donald Trump is the commander of the 1st, 2nd, and 4th largest air forces. The 1st, 2nd, and 5th largest navies. If Donald Trump didn't have all the military power that he has, America would have already been invaded. If America had a military the size of Iran's, Europe wouldn't have stood for our shit. They would have showed up. I would be all for that. I would be all for Donald Trump being impeached. Because what Donald Trump is doing is throwing the whole world into 75 years of chaos. But I don't agree on the level of torture and murder on U.S. Okay, I'm sorry. So what you have is you have questionable morals. Your morals aren't whether it's right or whether it's wrong. Your morals are based on degree of severity. So 1 murder isn't enough for you, and 2 isn't enough for you. Some murder and torture is okay. Can I please get a metric then, so I know how much murder and torture is okay? Because I can't get down on subjective. 0? Okay, so 0 murder is okay. So you want to go to Iran, where they're murdering their own citizens, but not to Minnesota, where Donald Trump's immigration, customs enforcement, and homeland security is murdering Americans. You got to work with me here, because I'm very confused now. You've lost me on the narrative. 0 murder is okay, but we should spend $100 billion bombing Iran because they're murdering, but for $1 million, we could clean up Minnesota's problem. Now I'm really confused. 0 murder is... They could prevent it. I don't agree what's happening there, but play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Okay, what stupid game was Nicole Good playing? Also, what stupid game was Nicole Good playing when the Department of Justice prevents, by multiple lines in their use of force, firing into a vehicle for any reason? So why did Nicole Good win a stupid prize when she was murdered? The other guy, his is a lot more gray area. But Nicole Good, she was sitting in the driver's seat of her vehicle, and an officer fired and struck her 3 times. When the Department of Justice policy says you may not fire into a vehicle, period. Stop the car, get out, sue later, and live. No. She doesn't have to do that. Remember, this is America, baby. This is America. She has due process. So I guess you're saying some murder is okay. Some murder is okay. Some due process violations are okay. Right? So you're saying that officer had the right to murder her. I think you didn't. I don't think you know Department of Justice policy. I think I need to show that to you. I think for some odd reason you've never seen this. Department of Justice policy on the use of force. Law enforcement and correctional officers of the Department of Justice may use deadly force only when necessary. Deadly force may not be used solely to prevent the escape of a fleeing suspect. Firearms may not be discharged to disable moving vehicles. Specifically, firearms may not be discharged at a moving vehicle unless 1, a person in the vehicle is threatening the officer or another person with deadly force by means other than the vehicle. And this existed, right, long before that event. The vehicle is operated in a manner that threatens to cause death or serious injury to the officer, and no other objectively reasonable means of defense appears to exist, which includes moving out of the path of the vehicle. Oh, so now I'm really confused. Now you agree with me. But she would stop and comply. That would not have happened. Stop and comply with an officer who isn't allowed to do traffic stops? You're literally saying, I hope he gets what's waiting for him. You're saying that what he did was wrong, so instead of being in Iran, blowing them up, we should be spending that money fixing America. Because now you're agreeing that 0 murder is okay, but we have domestic problems at home we should be solving. But you're also saying that she should have gotten out of the car. For agents that have no right to conduct a traffic enforcement stop, ICE can conduct traffic stops for warrants. ICE may not do traffic enforcement. What? Okay, let me help you out. Next question then. Yes, you should, but the US... So you're not American. Oh, now we're getting to it. You're not American, are you? What country are you from? What country are you from? Really important now. I'm in Scandinavia. Oh. Must be nice. Why doesn't your military? Why doesn't the military of all the Scandinavian nations go take on Iran? Oh, someone. Hold on. Hold on a second. Could you just say thank you? Because I'm gonna guess you're in one of the countries that doesn't have its own military, so can you just say fucking thank you and move on? Because you're in a country, and by the way, Scandinavia is not a country. I asked you what country you are. It's 3 kingdoms: Norway, Sweden, Denmark. We have one of the biggest militaries in the EU. Okay. And what? Then why don't you guys deal with it? Yeah, send them in. You guys got this shit then. And I'm assuming, like, I'm gonna allow you to engage with your regional mate over there. I asked what country they're in and I got Scandinavia. Like, what the fuck? Scandinavia is multiple countries? Like, I asked for a country. And then he said our military is one of the largest, so I'm guessing Finland. But it's like, so hold on. You have one of the largest militaries in the world, or in the EU. And I got a question for you. This is just an interesting question. Why'd you join NATO then? Because you wanted somebody else to deal with Russia if Russia invaded you? Again, it's really easy to turn around and say, well, I'm asking you a pointed question. Why did Finland join NATO? You didn't even apply until 2022. It's just a question. I don't believe that Finland needed to join NATO because I think Finland could have beaten Russia better than Ukraine can beat Russia. But my question for you is, because of Ukraine, give us a change. A chance? I don't know if the English is breaking down here. But why doesn't Finland send their military to deal with Iran then? Again, it's easy to say someone should go deal with it. How many troops is Finland committing? Just saying. Again, I don't mind when people, well, if they call Article 5, I hope many, but they can't call Article 5 because Article 5 is when you're attacked only. Also, just so we're clear, Finland has one of the largest militaries in the EU. However, I just want to remind everybody that we remember where we are in the rack and stack order. You have one of the largest potential militaries in the EU. Yeah, Finland has the largest reserve military. They have one of the largest potential militaries in the EU. But the number of people, and I hate when we have to get down into the weeds, but when your military is 1 million plus people, but you have 200 tanks, you have 700 artillery systems, That's great. I'm glad to see European countries buying military. Yeah, tanks are useless. Absolutely. Absolutely. Tanks are useless. Tanks are no longer relevant. You can take a tank out with a drone. But when people say, like, Finland's like, we have one of the largest, tanks are useless. You take them out with a $20,000 drone. Tanks are easy to kill. You attack them from above. Yeah, that's exactly it. When people say we have a large military, no, you have a large infantry, which is what you need. If you were here a couple of weeks ago, I had a guy from Lithuania losing his shit. And what I said is, you need to be like your neighbors because you have to have enough military members to be a speed bump until your allies get there. I like Finland. I really do. I like Finland. I think Finland has the right idea. We have Russia right across our border. We're going to have 1 million people in our reserves. We're going to have a very large reserve. Because when it comes to defending our own country, we just need to dig ditches and put men in those ditches until our allies get here. And now that Finland is a member of NATO, Finland hits the we're in trouble and everybody starts coming. Finland has the right idea. Poland has the right idea. European countries need to get their defenses in order. You are correct. I agree with you. Yeah, it doesn't matter what their military is. Why would the Finnish people want to be involved in Iran? Which is exactly what my point is. Why would the American people want to be involved in Iran? I don't have a fucking problem. I don't have a problem with Iran overall. I have a problem with Iran sponsoring terrorism. If Iran was sponsoring 13 terrorist groups under the old Ayatollah, do you think that the young anti-American Ayatollah that they just elected is going to realize a couple of things? Iran spent 40 years trying to develop a air defense network. It took us... Finland has 900,000 reservists. Finland has 900,000. Out of a population of 5.6 million, they have 900,000 reservists. They have a lot. I've always appreciated that 20% of their country is their military in terms of defensive war, as opposed to America that's less than 1%. I already said why America cares, because we are from every country and we have almost every culture as a part of it. You're right, but I don't care. Here's what you have to understand. I don't give a shit about bringing Western democracy to people who had a revolution and have suffered for 46 years and they haven't done what they need to do to take their country back. Right, I don't care because there's no point in caring. There's no point in caring. We brought Western democracy to Afghanistan. We left. 20 years, thousands of lives, tens of thousands of injuries, and $1 trillion fucking dollars later, the Taliban controls Afghanistan again. What the fuck was the point? What was the point of a 20-year war? The problem is, we are trying... There are literally Americans who think Iran is an Arabic Muslim country. Iran isn't even fucking Arabic. They're fucking Persian. They're a completely different fucking culture. Why are we there? Why are we bombing them? The new Ayatollah, He watched his father in 40 years of expenditures on building an air defense network better than Saddam Hussein's. Better than Saddam Hussein's. It took us 38 days to overrun Iraq in the first Gulf War. 38 days. It took us 1 day to dismantle Iran's air defense network. 1 fucking day. You think the new Ayatollah is going to spend billions on air defense? The new Ayatollah is going to spend billions on funding 31 terrorist networks. I just learned Trump denied the existence of sea kamikaze drones today, as those are AI fakes. Yeah, the fucking Ukrainian military, they can't outgun, they can't outman, they can't out attrition, so they create drones, sea drones, and Donald Trump says that the drones that our allies have are AI fakes. The fucking Russian boat is at the bottom of the fucking water. The challenge is that without some form of oversight or international pressure, some countries can slide back into old patterns, sometimes even worse. But the US doesn't want to be in the position of occupying other countries indefinitely. Here's the problem. If they're going to backslide, then what they want is the backslide. If they backslide, then the people there don't want what we're offering. The issue is, how can you turn, like, let me, here, let me show you some. Ready? Yeah, man, we need to bring Western democracy to this area, right? This is fucking terrible. We need to bring Western democracy to this area because Western democracy is so amazing. Western democracy solves all our problems in the world. The supreme leader and his followers are evil incarnate. Why? Why? What'd they do? What did they do that gets them defined as evil incarnate? No, that's not my hometown. That's East St. Louis. It's not a fucking foreign third world country. It's the result of American democracy. Murder and torture. Great. We have murder and torture being done by Donald Trump. Why? They killed unarmed civilians. So did Donald Trump. Funded terrorist organizations. So did Donald Trump. And God only knows what else. And so did Donald Trump. What do you think? No, he didn't. Yes, he did. Nicole Good was killed. The other guy was killed. I forgot his name. No, I'm not overstretching. How the fuck am I overstretching? Yeah, he did order that. Let me help you out with something. When he tells Tom Homan to send ICE into an area, that's the president ordering something. How the fuck do you not come to the conclusion? I would be cool if the moment Nicole Good had been murdered, if her murderer was arrested on site and ICE was pulled out immediately and said, hey, hold on. Hold on. We clearly have a bunch of untrained motherfuckers that don't know how to do their job. I'd be like, okay. But then we let it happen again with Alex Peretti. What? What? One murder is one murder too many. But then when it happened, see, Crab, you have to work with me here. You're bending over backwards to not paint Trump with the same brush as Iran. And the only reason why you're doing it that way is because you know that if I paint Trump with the same brush as Iran, then I justify not sending troops to Iran and not bombing Iran, because Iran ain't never done anything to me but having a Mexican wife and Mexican kids, right? But the Iranian murder has gone to a scale that the B-2s are needed. The B-2s weren't even needed. The B-2s weren't even needed. We used them as the show of force. What the fuck? Do you even know what the fuck targets the B-2s hit? Routine targets. We got Grandpa Buff over there. We got the B-52. If the B-52 is there, the B-2 doesn't need to be. That's Air Force doctrine. The B-2 only flies in to open the door for everybody else to fly in. Once Buff is there, they have no air defense capability. Shit, man. We lost more people to an we've lost almost more people to an air-to-air accident as Iran's been able to kill. I'll get an updated number later today, but we had 13 American dead service members, 6 of whom died in an air-to-air collision. Untrained and bad actors are different than literally ordering, if not killing them yourself. No, they're really not. There's no difference. America bombed Iran to take the eyes off the Epstein files. Probably pretty true. Donald Trump isn't an omnipotent god and knows who an ISIS okay, Crab, fucking stop. When you authorize agents to be hired and put into the field and you know they're not trained, then what you're saying is we're going to give Donald Trump a pass for being incompetent, but he's the fucking president? Yes, Donald Trump is responsible for the murders of Nicole Good and Alex Peretti. Donald Trump is the head of the executive branch. He is where the buck stops. He is where the blame goes up to. Because it is he and he alone that can order reform. Donald Trump doesn't need congressional mandate to change how Homeland Security operates, how ICE operates, how Border Patrol operates, how Tom Homan operates. Donald Trump doesn't need to get a law passed. He's the chief executive. He is the boss of all those agencies. Are you saying, so you're in the camp of a couple murders are okay? Look, man, if you're okay with a couple murders being okay, then just say you're okay with a couple murders being okay. But in my opinion, the total acceptable amount of murders by federal agents is 0. After 1, who's accountable? After 2, why the fuck isn't change happening? I'm sorry, but I don't think my American brothers and sisters in the service need to fucking die. The Supreme Leader ordered and knew that. Oh, wait, hold on. How do you know? Stop. How do you know he ordered it? Were you there? Were you in the room? Maybe his Minister of Defense ordered it. How do you know? Were you in the room? You were not. You don't know who directly ordered those people to be shot and killed. But I also want to remind you of something. You're saying murder. Oh, the internet got cut off and all the terrorists are funded and didn't know about it. No, he knows he funds terrorists. But so do we. I'm going to ask you a question. If the Kurds cross the border into Iran and start a ground war, is that terrorism or is that freedom fighters? And you're going to say freedom fighters because they're fighting on the side you want them to fight on. But Iran is going to call any Kurdish soldiers out of Iraq who enter into Iran, going to call them terrorists. We're funding the Kurds. We're gearing the Kurds. If they win, they're freedom fighters. If Iran kills them all, Iran says we just killed a bunch of American-funded and equipped terrorists. No, it doesn't matter if they target civilians or not. They don't have any legal right to enter that war. By what legal right did the United States bomb Iran? The War Powers Act? Great. By the War Powers Act, Iran clearly doesn't have any offensive capability left. We sank their navy. We destroyed their air force. How is the War Powers Act still the justification to be there? The War Powers Act doesn't cover security of the shipping through the Strait of Hormuz, by the way. There is no legal fucking gymnastics that can be used to warp the War Powers Act to keep the Strait of Hormuz open. None. Zero. Right, you say shootings of ICE agents are limited in scale. In contrast, extremist groups linked to Iran have been accused of far more severe violence. The problem is, did bombing Iran and spending $100 billion change the funding of terrorists? No. Did bombing Iran, killing their Ayatollah, and getting his son elected after his dad was killed, his wife was killed, his son was killed? Do you think that the Ayatollah of Iran right now is more dangerous or less dangerous than his father? After his father, his wife, and his son were killed. His child son, by the way. You think we're going to have less terrorist groups being funded and armed or more? Iran has no reason to even try to build an air defense grid now, because they know that they have learned 40 years of preparation for this moment. We wiped away their air defense in one day. We wiped away their whole Air Force and their whole Navy in less than 2 weeks. We just spent a lot of money to inspire a lot of terrorism. Terrorist math. 10 minus 2 is 20. Trump made the situation infinitely worse. And it was the right moral choice. No, it wasn't the right moral choice. The right moral choice would have been they were negotiating, and then we bombed them last year. And they were negotiating again, and we bombed them again. The right moral choice? You just radicalized the nation. How is that the right moral choice? By the way, Daggy, since you're all about doing the moral thing, why hasn't your government sent troops to stop the slaughter of the Palestinians? We should arm the nation. Okay, we should arm the nation. Yemen is in the middle of a civil war. Yemen has been in the middle of a civil war for 12 years. The Houthi rebels control 30% of the land, but 80% of the population. So Finland should absolutely be spending your money to arm. Wait, if they have the majority of the people, doesn't that make them right? Why are they the Houthi rebels? Why aren't they the Houthi freedom fighters? Again, why are the Houthi rebels the rebels? Why aren't they the freedom fighters? Aren't they just the American colonists? Aren't they the founding fathers? Aren't they the revolutionaries who are fighting for their way of life, the way of life they want? Aren't they overthrowing the yoke of oppression, which Crab keeps wanting to help the Iranian people overthrow the yoke of oppression? So why aren't we helping the Houthi rebels? Because in their mind, they're just trying to throw off the yoke of oppression. What if we went with a completely absurd answer? What if we just turned the entire Middle East into a fucking glass parking lot? If everyone's response is going to be, we have to help Iran because Iran is being murdered, but we're not going to help Yemen, we're not going to help the Palestinians. What fucking morals do you have? What values do you have? Daggy, you don't count because you can't even frame a logical argument. You said zero murder is okay, but we have an obligation to go free Iran. We can't help them. How can we help them? I'm literally asking you to look at Afghanistan. Look at Afghanistan. We were there for 20 years, $1 trillion. And it's worse. You can't turn around and say America should be helping anybody when this is fucking America. This is America, man. This is America. Right? This is America. Okay, but you can only help one at a time. This is in America. This is 20, 30 minutes from my house. This is East St. Louis, Illinois. This is worse than Detroit. East St. Louis is worse than Detroit. You keep saying we need to help the Iranians. Which ones? Which Iranians should we help exactly? Because they're not all unified. So why should we change? See, I think you've gotten a lot of your information from the fucking TikTok media. Yeah, there were protesters killed. Their law says lethal force can be used against protesters. Well, why is that not allowed? It's their domestic national law. They say violence can be used against protesters. We do business with Singapore, but they beat people for littering. Their law does not interest me. Okay, hold on. Let me throw it to you this way. Daggy, Finland's really nice. We have an awful lot of poor people. The US is just going to show up, conquer Finland in about 8 minutes, and we're going to dump all our poor people off there. You guys can take care of them. Because your laws don't concern me. Your laws don't interest me. You're just a small-ass nation that one carrier strike group can eliminate in the better part of an afternoon. You have 1 million members in your infantry. Yeah, then Finland's laws don't interest the rest of the world. Then your sovereignty doesn't. See, the problem is their laws have to interest you because their sovereignty has to interest you. Laws can be terrible from an outsider's perspective. But we have laws that are terrible. We have laws in America. Veterans can't get their veterans benefits unless they have a permanent address. Bad example, to be honest? No, it's not a bad example. You have to respect a nation's sovereignty. The United States has set the world back 75 years. One year of one president's term has set us back 75 years geopolitically. Because it isn't against the law, it's okay. Because how can you say we need to go over there for moral reasons, but then ignore what's happening domestically? If you have problems domestically, what are you bringing to other countries? Why should an Iranian want Western democracy when this is what Western democracy produces? Why should an Iranian trust that you're bringing them that good shit? Why do you drink the fucking Kool-Aid that Western democracy is so fucking star-spangled awesome when this is what people live in? This is the result. This is the result of Western democracy. This is the result of a federal republic. This right here. This right here is the fucking problem. You're bringing them Western democracy. They don't want Western democracy. They had a fucking revolution and they're like, okay, we lost. I think some people need to spend a little time understanding the idiosyncrasies. Let's go and look at the mud huts in Africa and what they live in and compare it to their worst neighborhoods. Did you know some of those people in mud huts in Africa, they've had the opportunity to go up? No, Crab, you said I bet and you'd be fucking wrong. That's your problem. I've been to Africa. Some of the tribes want to modernize. Some of them want to move to the cities and they want roads and they want indoor plumbing and they want electricity. Some of them do not. You're assuming everybody wants to go live the modern American way. I went to Ireland probably 2000, just before 9/11. I went to Ireland. My fucking family's home was still heated with sod. It was the year 2000, man. And we still had a black iron oven in the fucking main room that the first person who woke up for the day had to go chuck 5 or 6 pieces of fucking dried grass into. We had a 3-gallon hot water heater. Why didn't you just modernize? But what you just showed is, no, it's not. No, you see it as an upgrade. In the year 2000 in Ireland, still heating your water with a black iron oven, with a cast iron black iron stove, with a 3-gallon water heater. 3 gallons. The electric water heater was 3 fucking gallons. That's it. You want to take a bath? You heat up buckets of water. You heat up buckets of water and take them to the bathtub. Well, why were people in Ireland still living that way? Because they wanted to. Because they wanted to. Because that was their way of fucking life. Because what they had on the outskirts of town surrounding it were sod farms. And they knew that if we upgrade everyone's house to natural gas, what the fuck are we going to do with about the 12 sod farms that circle the town? Because we don't have an industrial base. They are protesting and getting murdered. Obviously, they want some sort of change. Right. How do you know they're right? Because you keep saying they are protesting. Great. A couple of million Americans protested against Donald Trump. Where's the rest of the world? See, your problem is they want change. And what? Why do you assume the change will be better? They will not be killed and tortured. Yes, they are killed. And this is what I keep telling you. Ready? This is the fucking problem. You're like, they won't be killed and tortured. Hello? That's fucking torture in my book. The people getting slaughtered unarmed in masses are the regime that funds worldwide terrorism. Okay? How do you know that the new regime will be any better? Once again, I'm asking you to look at Afghanistan, and I'm asking you, how much do you want to put into a country against their will when they don't want what you want? $1 trillion? $2 trillion? 20 years of occupation? 40. How much do you need to see with the case study that is Afghanistan to understand they have to do it for themselves? They have to do it for themselves. We don't have the ability to take in 10 million refugees, 20 million refugees, nor would I want to. We have enough space in Nevada, New Mexico. We could take in all 1.08 remaining million Palestinians and put them in the fucking desert. But that's not what the Palestinians want. They want their land. We could take all the fucking Jews out of Israel and put them in Nevada or Arizona. We could give them 5 times the space that isn't even being used, and they don't want it because they want their land. You got to get out of this fucking mindset that what Iran is doing is morally reprehensible. Are they killing the people that support them? No, they're killing the opposition. Seems kind of like what we're doing in America. We have protesters. It's morally reprehensible, yes, but I have my morals and I have my politics. And I'll give you a great example. Morally, I'm against abortion. Politically, I'm pro-choice. Why? Because I can understand that something can be morally reprehensible to me, but my morals are mine. My morality is my morality. The Jews have it wrong. They have the Sabbath on Saturday. The Sabbath is clearly Sunday because on the 7th day the Lord rested. But the rabbi tells me our week starts on Sunday and we're honoring the Sabbath because Saturday is the 7th day. And I'm like, well, what the hell? The week starts on Monday and Sunday's the 7th day. Now all of a sudden, who's right? Do you think that all of a sudden a Christian is going to come along and argue with the fucking rabbi? There is a line when you're killing innocent people. Okay, motherfucker, as I have said to you about 200 times, we're killing innocent American people in America. And that is what the fuck Western democracy allows. So why the fuck would the Iranian people want to embrace Western democracy? It does allow it. Is Nicole Good fucking dead? No. Laws don't fucking stop shit. Is Nicole Good dead? Yes or no? Because the law was on the books. The law was on the fucking books that said you can't commit murder. Okay? This is what the fuck I'm tired of the fucking bullshit. The law was on the books. You can't commit murder. Nicole Good was murdered. All of ICE probably got a briefing. Hey, you dumb fucks. Keep your fucking holster in your fucking, keep your gun in your holster. And not 2 weeks later, Alex Preddy was fucking dead. Why the fuck would an Iranian want this form of government? Crab, why would an Iranian trust this form of government? Western democracy, by its very definition, is tied hand in hand with capitalism. Capitalism is tied hand in hand with exploitation. Capitalism is the worst economic model we've ever had, except all the others. Democracy is the worst fucking model we've ever had, except all the others. Maybe you need to think about it this way. Put a little thinking cap on. If Iran sponsored the Houthi rebels, and the Houthi rebels win Yemen, then Iran didn't sponsor Houthi terrorists. They sponsored Houthi freedom fighters. Because history is written by the victors. If the Houthis take all of Yemen, there's a way for us to prevent murder. There is a way to have a society that doesn't say, we need to go stop Iran from committing murders. Please ignore the 16,000 murders that we had last year with a bunch of cases still in trial. Please forgive the 22,000 murders that our way of life allowed, right? We have more murder per capita than a lot of places in the world. Why would Iran want that? You gotta think to yourself, why would Iran want to go backwards? And you keep saying, oh, because they're murdering protesters. Okay. But There's no way to stop murders from murdering people. We can't predict it. No, but you can build a society that reduces it because people aren't hungry and homeless and destitute and desperate. You think it's okay that an American family is starving today because you think Iranian freedom is more important than SNAP benefits. We have laws against it. We have severe punishments for it. No, you did say that. You said we need to go free Iran, which costs so far $100 billion or more, which means there's no tax relief for the poor families. Why would Iran want that? Tell us then, what kind of society is that? What kind of society is what? A bad one? Daggy, I've kind of stopped paying attention to you because, no offense, I haven't really been reading what you say because you kind of like went off on left fucking field. Like, you said someone should go solve it. I say, well, petition your government to go solve it. And you say, no, I said someone. Well, why don't you guys take your 28,000 active duty military personnel and your one squadron of F-35s and go do what we did? Oh, wait, you can't. So could you please kick us $100 billion? We'll do the manpower work. You pay for it. Oh, shit, you can't do that either. Like, it's nice for Finland. Hey, it would be my choice. I would do it. Hey, what rank were you when you got out of the military? Are you serving right now? Walk your ass down to your recruiter's office and sign up. Take that fucking total in your military to 28,001. You're still active? Great. Then work yourself up through the promotions. Go to your bosses and say, we need to go support America in Iran because it's the morally right thing to do. I think we should fix ourselves first, then go to Iran in a perfect world, but we don't live in a perfect world. No, you have it right. In a perfect world, every country would take care of themselves and then take care of their immediate neighbors. And then after themselves and their immediate neighbors are taken care of, then they would look to a global cooperative. You have the fucking answer. You just don't like the fact that that is the right answer. Is there an American child somewhere in America starving? Yes? Then we shouldn't be sending foreign aid to feed foreign kids, because foreign aid comes from taxpayer money. That's called charity. If we have one American child somewhere in this country starving, we shouldn't be sending any federal foreign aid. We should let people play out the UNICEF fucking donation envelopes. I'm downplaying the problems in Iran because they're not my fucking problems. There is no problem that Iran has right now that America doesn't have. I've asked you about 50 times, why would an Iranian want our form of government? And you can't answer it because you know deep down inside, nobody would want this form of government. What they have is bad. And what you want to give them is fucking worse. Why would anybody in Iran want Western-style democracy? Why would any of them want it? Iran doesn't have the same fucking problems we have. You protest in Iran, you get killed. You protest in America, you get shot in the eye with a rubber bullet and you might die. Which problems does Iran have that's worse than ours? Hit me with them. Because the only one that you've gone on for every fucking time we've talked about Iran is that their protesters get shot. What else you got? Because we shoot our protesters too. We beat our protesters. Our protesters lose eyes. What else do they have? What else is going bad for them? Water, food, economy, protesters. They have a stronger economy than ours. They don't have a larger economy than ours. They have a stronger economy than ours. Per capita, they don't have as many people starving to death. Oh, really? Show me. Where's your empirical proof? Iran they don't have access to water 24/7. Oh, so they're a desert nation that doesn't have access to water 24/7? The same way that when you're at IUD Air Base, you're told to take a 5-minute shower? because of the lack of availability of infinite water. How is Iran any different than any of its neighbors? Because lots of places in Iraq don't have 24/7 availability of water either. Daggy, if you haven't figured it out, I'm still ignoring you. Because I'm down a rabbit hole. They can't afford a vehicle. Dude, I think you don't have the first fucking clue about Persia. I think you got your education. There are more poor people in America than there are in Iran. No, I have solutions. Ready? I have solutions. I have a whole lot of them. The yellow column's mine. You can read to your heart's content. Here's the problem that you're going to run into, Crab. You're going to study a number. Oh, percentage base, please. 11% of the American population lives in crippling poverty. And 30% of Iran lives in crippling poverty when compared to the United States numbers. There's where your problem is. All the numbers that you're going to see, you're going to see numbers that are statistics based on the Western style of life. Now, one of the problems we have is that we cannot go to Iran and we cannot go to Iran and we cannot do ground level research. So we have to rely on a lot of numbers that come out. But my question for you is this. Why would Iran trust a system where 1 in 6 children are allowed to live in poverty, when that's not much better than what their system has? Again, what you're going to hear is Iran is a poor country. Because Iran still has people living out in the middle of fucking deserts as shepherds. They don't need this quality of life, this dollar amount that you need in the city. But what happens is all the statistics you're seeing are based on, because you have cities in Iran, this is your baseline quality of life. For example, this amount of money is considered poor in New York City. This amount of money is about 3.5 years of resources for my small town. Unless you've been trained in the social sciences, you don't know how to peel back the onion. We talk about Bernie Sanders wants this as a minimum wage. But California has this for fast food workers and this for hotel workers, and those groups of people say we still don't have enough. Why? Because the quality of life, the money necessary for a minimum quality of life in California is a hell of a lot more than $30 an hour. Unless you move out of Los Angeles, San Diego, you move up to the north, which is still California, but $30, you're staying at a fucking, you work at a bed and breakfast, you're making $30 an hour, you're living like a king. See, the problem is you want to say that they live in poverty because, like Ireland, like parts of Africa, they don't have all the latest and greatest modern technologies. What's poverty? I don't have enough food. I don't have shelter. I don't have clothes. That's poverty. 1 in 6 American children are missing one of those 3 criteria. They don't have food, they don't have shelter, they don't have clothing. 1 in 6 American children. But we want to bring Western democracy, which comes Western capitalism. Dude, you're right back to mass slaughter. Hold on, you're right back to mass slaughter. You notice that you put off the rest of your argument. We need to bring them because they're living in poverty. Oh, well, shit, Jay just crushed my poverty argument. That's the problem. I gave you the numbers. Your mass slaughter is bad. I crushed your fucking argument. You said they're poorer than us. No, the numbers don't agree with you. If you think the numbers agree with you, you have shit in your ears. We gauge poverty based on completely fucked up numbers. Our studies of Iran are biased because we say, oh my God, I hate to tell you, Crab, you're one of those ignorant fucks who want to stay ignorant. I do know. Dude, I do know. Here's the problem. Here's a city in Iran. Here's Tehran. And here's their villages out here. Oh my God, you fucking pissed me off because you're simple. If we set the poverty rate for the city, then 100% of the people in the villages are going to be below that poverty line. And this is what I'm telling you. No, you need to go fucking study is what you goddamn need to do. But by the way, not to throw it back in your face, but trust me if you won't be offended if I don't trust the economic acumen of somebody who didn't know they could file fucking bankruptcy. I'm sorry if you and I are going to be on not equal terms of the understanding of economics. Please forgive me if I stay up here and I reach my hand down to bring you up to this fucking level to say, motherfucker, there's an awful lot of shit you don't know. Get the fuck up here. What I will never do, I will never feel bad about having a lifetime of education. I will be at the top of the hill saying, get up here, bitch. I'm carrying you. I'm pulling you up. Get the fuck up here to enlightenment. I'm never coming back down that fucking ladder to meet you on your terms. Get the fuck up here. Understand that you're lied to by statistics. Bernie Sanders, I'm gonna keep it on America's numbers right now. Bernie Sanders say, we need to give everybody $15 an hour minimum wage. We're already doing it in 30 fucking states. Has it fixed poverty? No, it has not. But there's still people out there saying we need to raise minimum wage. How many fucking states need to raise minimum wage for you to understand that doesn't fix the fucking problem? The minimum wage affects everybody, so almost instantaneously, people see all of the money on the accordion gone in 3 years. The big problem is they all quote the same fucking Oregon study. A University of Oregon, Portland passed the minimum wage law. They all quote the same University of Oregon study, and the fucking footnote on the bottom of the first page says, childcare was not considered for this survey. Childcare is the very first fucking thing that responds to an increase in minimum wage. Because what the fuck do we pay our childcare workers? 30 bucks an hour? 50 bucks an hour? Fuck no. Mom and dad trust their fucking kid to a woman or a guy making the minimum fucking wage. If you don't understand that the poverty level is bullshit, then I don't know what to tell you. You're like, there's more people in Iran living in Western poverty than there are Americans living in Western poverty. So I don't know what we should do. Well, what we should fucking do is we should pull back the fucking numbers and we should look at what that is. Here's what's interesting. So we say in America, the poverty line is $15,960. We say the poverty line is $15,960. That's our number. The median annual income for Iran is $4,360. Who is poorer, Iran or America? Poorer how? Iran is poorer than America. They don't have $36 trillion in debt. Are we talking countries? This is your problem. You're like, I don't understand why Jalan is jumping up and down on my ass. It's because look at the difference in poverty lines. No wonder why the fucking numbers favor America is less poor. My fucking problem with your line of thought is this. Why the motherfuck are we spending $100 billion when 11% of our country is in poverty? If you could answer that one for me, that would be fucking amazing. I think Donald Trump should be fucking impeached because he's not making the life of Americans any easier. He's making it fucking worse in every way, shape, or form that he can. You're talking about a fucking village in the middle of middle of nowhere, Iran, where they want to live. It ain't like they don't know there's a fucking city that way. They just choose to live this way. Well, they live in poverty. They live in squalor. They have a well. They're not hungry. They have 4 walls. They have a fucking roof. They choose to live that way. How are they poor? By what right do we label them poor? Poor in what? Poor in they don't have materialistic attachment? Daggy, shut the fuck up. What? Holy fuck, man. This is now the 5th time I'll tell you. I'm ranting. Yes. Congratulations. I've already bitch slapped you. If you want me to bitch slap you again, you're gonna have to come back on fucking Wednesday. I only do 1 bitch slap per person per night. I don't do 2 shows a night. But this is the problem I have. We say Iran is poor, Iran is poor, Iran is poor. Right? How many Americans have all of that? Why the fuck are you doing this to me? Not the one I like. I'll grab it this way. Everybody puts like 900 fucking ads on all their websites anymore. How is Iran poor? They waste money funding terrorists. We waste money everywhere. Okay, and? So we spent $100 billion to put a guy in charge who's going to spend more money. How is that argument any different than what can we say about our own poor? They aren't better than us in that regard either. You're right, they're not. The rich aren't better than the poor. I don't take shots at Asmongold often. Lots of people do, I don't. Asmongold talks about how much money he has, how much money he makes, how much money he could make. Then fuck, you should, man. Asmongold should be the philanthropist, because Asmongold stated at one point, he's like, when he was growing up, he was poor. They used the shit out of food stamps. Now he pays taxes and other people are on food stamps. Well, Zach, you make enough money. Why the fuck don't you monetize yourself fully, maximize your income potential, and build a fucking food bank? You have the words, you have the means to change the fucking world. He has the means to make the world around him a better place. Community, or neighborhood, community, city, state, nation. The Marines, unit, core, country. But you keep people say Iran lives in poverty. Do they have air? Yes. Do they have water? Well, depends on where you're at. Food, they have. Shelter, they have. Right? Sleep, yeah. Clothing, yeah. Reproduction, yeah. It's not like these villages out in the middle of, nowhere, Iran, are dying out of no population. Do they have personal security? Where in the United States do people actually have no chance at all to survive? Kids are different because they can be, East St. Louis, Detroit, parts of Oakland, parts of East Side Chicago. Did I say parts of Atlanta, parts of Jersey, parts of New York? They have, a lot of them can't, man. A lot of them cannot. What does it take to move? It takes money. You have to go from poverty. When you're in poverty, you have to have enough money to locate out of poverty into different poverty. For example, I'll give you a great example. The veteran that I just helped, living in an apartment at $1,600 a month, had a roommate, right? Had a roommate. Roommate bailed out on her. She's going to move back into an apartment that the rent is like $750. It's better to have a $750 apartment of your own than constantly rely on a roommate, right? The problem is she needed first and security. How do you move? No, there's no social net for them. How do you have a person move from one apartment to another apartment when they don't have first month and they don't have security deposit? You say move. I think this is a smart deal. I think moving from where your rent is going to be $800 to a rent where you're going to have rent $750, I think that's a smart move. I think that's what you need to do. You need to downsize. You need to downscale. Oh no, her rent isn't even going to be $750. I apologize. That rent is going to be $575. My bad. She moved into a one bedroom. How can we fix it, man? We just burned through $100 billion in capital blowing up Iran. You can spend it over here on social systems like Finland does. No, she's working. She's working. The only thing stopping her from moving was she had to pay her rent here and she had to have first month and security. So she needed to come up with approximately $575 plus 400. She needed to come up with $1,550 in order to be able to move. She was never gonna. It was gonna take her over a year to have $1,550 in spare income. But right when you have a friend, who's the fucking bank and can just say, how much is your problem? Oh, your problem's less than 2,000? Yeah, just fill out a petty cash slip for me. Just do a quick claim for 2,000. I'll give it to you out of my pocket. On that particular day, I had 2,000 in my fucking wallet. Here you go. No, but it has, you're saying it isn't about priority. Here's where the problem is. Number one, you haven't showed why Iran should be done before America. Number two, you don't have an understanding of Iran. Yes, I agree that mass shooting of protesters is terrible. But how do I know the next government we put in there isn't going to mass shoot protesters? How do I know that after 20 years and $1 trillion, we're not going to have a government like Al-Qaeda, the Taliban, start a war with Pakistan right next door? The answer is I don't. So the answer is, until I take away the US's big stick to run around the world, right? And I fix America, I don't want to be fixing Iran. And I'm pissed off that people want to fix Iran, but they're okay with Palestinian children being killed. Well, if we stop Iran, it's going to stop all the terrorism in the Middle East. But then I ask about the Houthi rebels and people stare at their shoes and they and ah at me. If the Houthi rebels win in Yemen, aren't they the Houthi revolutionaries? Well, don't use children as human shields. Hey, dumb fuck. And I'm going to call you a dumb fuck because you just said something really dumb fucked. Israel hasn't been killing children that are used as human shields. Israel has been bombing refugee camps where children are. Can you please explain to me how a children's school needs to be a viable target, even though that violates the laws of armed conflict? It violates the rules of engagement to bomb a school. They've sniped kids going to food dumps. They just shot a family in occupied West Bank. So tell me, Hamas doesn't even operate in the West Bank. If there was no rocket launcher. Next, by the way, Daggy, You're full of shit. You serve in the fucking government, or you serve in your military, you lying piece of shit. You're a lying piece of shit, because you and I both know the rules of engagement say there are off-limits targets. You do not blow up a fucking whole school with a 500-pound daisy cutter to take out a rocket embankment. You and I both know that shit. If you really serve. You and I both know that schools and hospitals are off fucking limits, and if you need to hit those targets... Oh, so you don't follow the rules of engagement. Good to know. Good to know. Their rules of engagement are ours. The whole Western world follows the same laws of armed conflict. You may not shoot at protected targets, which includes schools and hospitals. You may use only the level of force necessary to neutralize the threat. That does not mean you get to drop a 500-pound fucking bomb on a kid's school while, holy shit, there's fucking kids in there. The decision matrix says, no, this is not a viable target. Are you telling me if they are weaponized, they are no longer schools or hospitals? So who the fuck would do that to kids? Hey, guess what, man? As I told you, number one, there was no rocket launcher on the top of the school that Israel decided to bomb. Nor did they find anything in 13 of the 15 hospitals. Yet magically, all of the fucking hospitals in Gaza are gone. And two, they found tunnels under the hospital. Two, that's real great fucking priorities. See, I think the problem is I have more sanctity for human life than other people do, because I don't see it as good guys or bad guys. I see it as people. I agree with you on every point except the fact that the Supreme Leader and the IGRC are evil. Well, evil, don't use evil. Evil is a moral term. You've never told me how they're evil. How are they evil? Because you can't say the Supreme Leader of Iran is evil unless you say Donald Trump is evil. If you want to say both are evil, cool, we'll move on. But it's like you like paint the Ayatollah with this brush, and I say, cool, give me that brush so I can paint my Ayatollah over here. And you're like, oh, no, Donald Trump's a good man, because his degrees of infraction are smaller. But wrong is wrong, right? But you say evil. So they went into hospitals to finish off their protesters. Yeah, that's fucking horrible. That's fucking horrible. But again, you always want to keep painting the Ayatollah badly, but you won't say Donald Trump is evil. I thought we agreed that the total allowable number of murders is 0. So everything that happens in Iran is the Ayatollah's fault. But everything that happens in America isn't Donald Trump's fault. Forgive me, I'm finding a problem with the hypocrisy. Let me put my morals here. If I'm on a battery and I get ranged from a location, I'll level it. If something comes there, from there it goes down. Great. So good to know that Finland supports war criminals. I just want to save this one for posterity. And I'm actually going to tweet this out. Because I think that this is absolutely what we need more of in the world. Because that's fucking insane shit. Do you think range and elevation sees locations? Is it a bunker or a building? No, I think after all my years in the service as an officer, I think that the decision matrix says we don't hit a target with artillery unless a spotter has said what the target is. Because I'm pretty certain that the last time I was in a uniform, we had a decision making matrix that we had memorized, and if I can't see it, I can't hit it because I can't ensure. What was that fucking phrase? What was that phrase they drilled into me? Oh, collateral damage. Oh, and acceptable levels of. Yeah, we don't fire blindly. That's probably why you have a military of 28,000 active duty personnel. Yeah, that's a war crime, by the way. Just in case nobody in your military has taught you that, blindly hitting a target, that's a fucking war crime. Canada, you're the chief of the war crimes, but that sort of shit's a war crime. Yeah, I'm on YouTube as well. I love how people are going to tell me how the fuck the military works. It always amazes me. Shit, I wish the fuck during my career I had paid attention to how the military works. Would have been so much more fucking helpful. It's a war crime to use such targets as military targets. Right, again. Let me help you out with something, genius. Let me help you out with something. I go up to the top of a building and I fire with a shoulder-mounted system, and then I leave the building. And then you hit the target. Terrorists don't give a fuck about war crimes. Sorry. But again, you're missing the point. Israel has hit 13 or 15 targets that had no military reason to do so. Scumbags have used schools and hospitals in the past. They were very strategic, executable commands one can follow to limit civilian injury. Yeah. I just want to know who is a murderer if a soldier goes rogue, since that is a big matter of expertise. Any person, a soldier and a murderer aren't antonyms. If your engagement is lawful, then you don't get charged. Accidents happen in firefights. You don't get charged. But where I'm going to give you the problem is where you need to understand where you are and where you are not authorized to shoot. And that is why this target is used for different people. So I should just stand there and watch while rockets fly off and drop down on my own troops and other civilians. Hey, Daggy, one more time for the people at home. If you had enough rank in your military, then you would know that you're not the person, or you are the person who makes that decision. Based on your attitude, I'm going to believe you're seriously trying to say that level a spot. Yes, they're called spotters. You don't hit a target with well, hold on, let me back this up. Grown-up militaries like the United States military don't hit targets unless we have a spotter. Unless we have somebody that can put eyes on the target so we know what we're hitting. I don't know what sort of ass backwards way your military does it. But yeah, Robert just hit you with the best part though. You've been the one that has been saying somebody needs to go deal with Iran. I think based on how you behave, somebody needs to come deal with Finland first. Now, this target right here, this situation right here, you know what I'm not doing? You know what I'm not doing? I'm not shooting anybody in this situation. Why? Because that's not my fucking job. That's not my job. On the other hand, that target right there, that's my wife's job. My wife is a marksman. I'm not. You're twisting words. No, we're not twisting words. Your words are weak and feeble. If your words come out of your fingers twisted, that's your own fault. If you can't communicate in a text-based format, stop communicating. And before you say English is my second language, that's great. The channel is marked in English. I'm already ahead of you on that argument too. But this is Daggy's opinion. Daggy's opinion is, I'm going to shoot right there because I know I'll kill the terrorist, but oh fuck. You know, shit. I killed the hostage, but I killed the terrorist too, so that's okay. No, it's not twisting words. That's just preemptively getting ahead of you. It's because I can speak and you have to type, and I don't want to have to wait. I don't know how you can say that the president ordering people deported is the same as someone ordering people killed on the streets. It's violence. Now, I never said the president ordering people deported. I want to deport everybody. In fact, I'm pretty sure that it says that right there. I want all the people deported. I just don't want Americans to die senselessly in the process so that people can turn around and they can say, well, what we need to do is we need to go to Iran and bring them Western democracy, because the question you can't answer yet is, why would they want it? But those ICE agents killing people didn't do that on his order. And you weren't in the room. You don't know. You don't fucking know if the Ayatollah ordered those people killed. How the fuck do you know? I don't know that. I don't know that he did. I don't know that he didn't. I don't know that. As I said to you, and you dodged it the first time. I don't know if the Minister of Defense ordered it. I don't know if the president of the country ordered it. I don't know if the Ayatollah ordered it. But it doesn't matter. Because what I didn't see is I didn't see the Ayatollah come out and condemn it. What I also didn't see is President Trump come out and condemn the officer that killed Renee Good. Instead, he came out with some mush-mouthed bullshit about if people would just respect law and order. Why would I respect... First of all, after watching the Renee Good thing, there were too many people shouting commands. Because I've watched the Renee Good footage from multiple angles now. Was Renee Good's wife out of line because she got out of the car? Abso-fucking-lutely. You're the passenger. You get out of the vehicle to start screaming at agents. They should have tased the wife's ass and dragged her off. 100%. But you got one officer telling Renee Good to clear out of the road. You got another officer telling her not to move the car. And then the officer that didn't even have a fucking body cam on shot her. Look, the president of the United States should have come out and said, look, I don't know what the fuck just happened in Minnesota, but we're going to find out. Instead, he came out and said, my agents are doing good work. What? Your fucking agents violated fucking Department of Justice policy. Look, if you don't think the rule of law matters, then what the fuck are you trying to change anyway? I just can't, you're like, but they're killing people. Yeah, we're killing people. I think one murder is too many. I think if the death toll is 1, we need to be looking into it. I think a lot of the problems in America could be solved with money. Yet we just burned 100 billion of it. Yeah, they called Renee Good a terrorist because she was trying to run over the officer. Now, are you supposed to stand in front of a vehicle? No. Are you supposed to stand behind a vehicle? No. Yeah, he didn't condemn that it's terrible. At the same time, though, I've seen reports of people getting killed. But then, where was the backlash? Again, I don't have these facts. Was it the Sunni? Was it Sunni Muslims that got killed in Iran? I don't know. I don't know. Was it a mix? I don't know. Because we can't get information out of Iran. So that's the problem. We need to take off the Western glasses when we look at the situation. Hey, man, yeah, I don't know. The guy's asked you about 6 times. I mean, fuck, you could have Googled it by now. You would think that you would know the answer if you were actively serving. But we got to look at Iran and we got to say, what's the end game? What's the end goal? But again, how can you... It was whoever in the street, they shut off the internet, so all we have is the reports and videos that got through anyway. Right, but, and again, oh, you're not here to answer his questions, but you are in my house, so you are here to answer mine. Why is it you claim to be in the military, but you weren't able to answer a question from your own regional mate? I think that's suspicious. The problem is we talk about they don't have free press. Okay, lots of countries don't have free press. Lots of countries don't have freedom of anything. England right now, where's my English people? These fucking guys don't even have freedom of speech. I saw something, yeah. If you guys didn't see this, I'm just finding out about this one. A neighborhood Indian restaurant in West London has become the center of a political and cultural storm. What began as a dispute over halal and non-halal meat has spiraled into street confrontations, police intervention, and viral social media outrage. He's faced months of harassment because he refused to serve halal meat. I'm sorry. Hold on. You have an Indian restaurant that refuses to serve halal meat, and that became anything other than... Why should he have to? Because Britain has gone through this weird fucking change lately where they're basically a Muslim nation now. I'm sorry. I'm not non-Halamita. Please have recording equipment to help us record any troublemakers. You're protesting a guy who's not Muslim. How can you dictate what a shop owner doesn't sell? Easily. The same way you dictate to a baker that he has to make a gay couple cake or a lesbian couple cake or a transgender cake or whatever fucking cake that he doesn't want to make. When you have the courts that try to make rulings that say you have to service customers. At the bar, hey, later, Sean. At the bar, men, no shirts, no shoes, no shirts, no shoes, no service. Women, no bra, no panties, free drinks. Why we have all this bullshit going on is because look, do I want there to be world peace? Yes. Do I want my daughters to live in a world where there's world peace? Yes. Do my daughters know how to handle guns? Yes. Why? Because a restraining order is just a piece of paper. We live in a fucked up world. Our world is completely fucked from top to bottom. A woman is Britain mostly Muslim now? Yeah, a lot of their mayors are, because they didn't one of the British people or European people, you're gonna have to fill in some details for me, but apparently in Britain one day last year, it was offensive for them to fly their own flag in their own country. Last year I caught some shit because I said either you can burn any flag you want in America, or you can't burn any flags. Or you can't burn the American flag and other flags are able to be burned. But where I draw the fucking line is blindly accepting someone can burn the American flag in protest, without penalty or charge. But they burn a gay pride banner and they get charged with a hate crime. That doesn't sit well with me in the logic sense. If you can burn the flag of your nation in your nation and that is not a crime, then I don't give a fuck what else you burn. In America, you can be charged with a hate crime for burning the Israeli flag. You can be charged with a hate crime for burning the gay pride banner. You could be charged with a hate crime for burning the Black Lives Matter banner. What the fuck world am I living in? I think burning something in public should just not be allowed. Why? I'm okay if women want to burn their bras. Less bras in the world. Yep. And the problem is, when we're living in a generation where the smart people are being silenced so the dumb people don't feel inadequate. And we can't live in that world. I go to the public library and it's mostly empty. And by mostly empty, I mean it's 2 librarians and me. Why the fuck isn't the public library full of people? The library should be fucking full of people all the time. I talked to people that I graduated college with, and they said, one of them said to me the other day, oh, it's been probably 10 years since I read a book. I'm just like, okay. And it shook my head. They're like, why are you judging me? Because you have a college fucking degree and you just admitted you haven't read a book in 10 years. I get it. Somebody failed a lot of people. They can't read well. But as I constantly say, what I'm tired of is living in this society. I am tired of living in America where 54% of people read at or below the 6th grade level. But the Bible is written at the 11th grade level. The Constitution and the Declaration of Independence are written at the 11th grade level. The Federalist Papers and biblical analysis are written at the college graduate level. But we have a group of people. We have more than half of our country can't even read at the 6th grade level, but they all know what the Bible says and they all know what the Constitution says. For example, the one that gets me all the time. You can't be a Christian or a Catholic or a Jew in the military because the commandment says thou shalt not kill. That's not what the fucking commandment says in the first place. That's the dumbed down version of the commandment. Thou shalt not commit murder is the fucking commandment. Because murder and killing are different things. You break into my house. You put your hands on my wife. You're gonna be dead as fuck. But I didn't murder you. You break into my house, you put your hands on my wife, you get out of my house before you're dead. I catch you in the street. Now I murdered you. That's the difference. You break into my house and I kill you, I killed you. You leave my house, I go find you later, then I murdered you. But that got too confusing. We had to dumb it down. I also like to point out, most people, they can't talk to you about their morality, their values, without tying it to a religion. The Ayatollah of Iran. Let's pretend for a second the Ayatollah of Iran was directly involved in ordering the murder of all those people. Nobody should kill anybody else. Nobody should kill anybody else. Your right to choose, your right to choose ends at the border of somebody else's life, somebody else's freedoms. I think it's safe to assume they did. I don't think it is safe to assume. I think unless we know definitively, we don't assume. I think that we don't definitively assume anything. Otherwise, you end up... No, I don't know if they did or didn't. That's the thing. I don't have to know if... I don't have to blame the Ayatollah personally for those protesters dying to make their deaths morally reprehensible. I don't need to know who ordered it. Just like I don't need to know precisely who is responsible for 1 in 6 American children living in poverty for me to condemn my whole society because 1 in 6 American children live in poverty. See, I'm not looking for somebody to blame. I want to put the emphasis on feeding hungry kids, giving cold kids warm clothes, giving homeless kids a warm house to sleep in, a bed to sleep in, right? I don't have to blame any one particular foster parent to say there's an awful lot of really shitty foster parents out there. I don't have to point out a particular foreign exchange student program to say there's problems with the program. I can say there's some really great foreign exchange host families, but there's an awful lot that leave a lot to be desired. The problem is we can only fix one thing at a time. We can't fix domestic American problems. He's a full-time LARPer on Arma 3, according to his Instagram. Nice. We have got to realize people are starting to talk about it a lot more, so I expect the next president might focus on it. Focus on what? Children in poverty? How can you fix it? You can't fix it because in order to fix it, tricky negotiations begin Monday to renew a trade pact between the United States, Mexico, and Canada. But I thought Donald Trump was the master of the art of the deal. What are my thoughts on Medicare for all? Medicare for all is a terrible fucking idea. Today. The reason why Medicare for all is a terrible fucking idea today is because with only about 70% of the country having health care, you sometimes have as long as a 13-month wait for an appointment. How are we going to get 150... In order to have Medicare for all, we need 150,000 PCMs. These are doctors. We need 150,000 RNs. We need 300,000 med techs. And we need 150,000 med admin. In order to even remotely give healthcare to all, this is the manpower we're looking at for just general care. We're looking at 750,000 jobs, right? We don't have the overhead capacity to plus up 150,000 more doctors and continue to replace the ones we have because we don't have enough med school slots for 150,000 more doctors. And remember, if you suddenly increase the number of people seeing the doctor by 30%, you can assume you're going to need 30% more specialists. We are already at critical low numbers of neurologists, pulmonologists, anesthesiologists. Sometimes anesthesiologists are working faster than they should be. How can we fix the med system or start the fix to our med system, in my opinion? Here's what we do. Number one, you do not need a 4-year degree to go to med school. No offense, but you do not need to take US history and world history, right? You do not need to take art appreciation, philosophy, philosophical analysis, 2 foreign languages, right? Let me look at what other bullshit I had to take to get an undergraduate degree. I'm just going to read off stuff that was completely irrelevant to my degree. You do not need doctors to be taking American literature. I don't know why the fuck they would need American literature at all. Yeah, no histories. Maybe the history of medicine. Like, I can understand a doctor taking nutrition, biology, anatomy and physiology, organic chemistry, all the things that they might not need to know specifically, but a good overall understanding of, you know, the human body and how it works. But you don't need them. I don't need a doctor to take civics. So first of all, we don't need a 4-year degree. I think we need to create a pathway, in all honesty, to you get a 2-year degree called pre-med. And then you go to med school. And you're there for 3 years. I've just taken 2 years out of the process. Now, some people will be like, well, you can't do that because you have to have the natural evolution of education. Okay, then why do you go to undergrad pre-law and you go to right to law school where you get a Juris Doctorate, which is on par with a PhD, but you never do a master's degree? So we could take 2 years out of the process. Another thing that won't they just raise the price on those courses? No, because that's besides the point. Fixing the financing part is fucked up anyway. I'm talking about shaving 2 years off of the process of getting a doctor. See, right now to get a doctor, you have a 4-year undergraduate, you have 3 years of med school, you have 3 years of residency, and then your final year, right? So you got 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. You have like 11 fucking years with doctors. You have somebody going to medical school at 18 or start college at 18. They're not a fucking doctor until 29. Hold up. It takes you 11 fucking years to train a doctor. And that doesn't just depend on specialty. That is before their specialty. That's just becoming a doctor. Now, if they're just becoming a general doctor, or I'm sorry, if they're going to become a specialist, they won't do 3 years of residency. They'll do like 1 to 2 years of residency, go to specialty school, and then do their other 2 years of residency in their specialty. Now I'm going to put in this scale in the terms of weeks, right? Boot camp is 8 weeks. Corpsman school, A school, is 14 weeks. Medical training battalion is 8 weeks. And, you know, they can go to other specialty schools, aerospace medicine, other tech schools, surgical tech, pharmacy tech, radiology tech. But I would like you to look at the amount of time it takes to train a Navy corpsman. Now, of course, I'm not and if they're going with the Marines, they do another 30 weeks if they're going to be embedded with the Marines. So 30 weeks to 60 weeks, and you have a fucking guy called Doc or a girl called Doc. We have the ability in the military to train much faster than the civilian world can. To put it in perspective, if you go to school Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, you're taking a full course load. You go for 5 hours a day. You actually don't. You go for 4 hours and 10 minutes. And then you go 3 times a week. So you're doing, we're just going to call it 15. You're doing 15 hours a week when you're full-time college. In tech school in the military, you're doing 8-hour days, 5 days a week. You're getting 3 times the education. We'll take off an hour for lunch. You're getting 3 times the education each week. And your battle rhythm is module, 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 block test, block up, module, 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 block test, block up. Shit, man. The amount of fucking electrical engineering the military shoved into my brain in 42 weeks. I was Simon Phoenix in fucking Demolition Man. At my first base, I started working on something and my hands are doing and my brain is connected. I'm like, God damn, I'm possessed. Like, holy shit, I'm actually doing this. I'm going long for the minute because we're in a good talking point. 8 hours is rough for absorption. People need breaks. Not true. Not true. The 15 hours is just classroom time. Right. I got bad news for you. When we got home after an 8-hour fucking duty day, we went to PT, we went to dinner, we went back to our rooms, and we had 2 to 3 hours of studying every night. So, yeah, we studied too. We had tests, we had homework, we had assignments. Also, by the way, can we cut the bullshit real quick though? Nobody's doing 2 to 3 hours of prep time for every hour of school. Nobody's doing that. I was a history major and a poli-sci major in the pre-law track, and I wasn't doing, okay, you did, I'm sorry. Most people aren't doing 2 to 3 hours of studying for every hour of class. Most people aren't. As a teacher, as a prof, I never saw that kind of result. If I saw that kind of result, my life would have been a whole lot easier as a professor. My life would have been a whole fucking lot easier. It was in the reading. It was in the reading. It was in the cocksucking motherfucking reading. That's why all my notes on the board are all the things you need to know that weren't in the fucking reading. What matters is the engagement, not necessarily the length of time on task. Right. Now, are there some people? Are there some people who literally are failed by the traditional educational model? Yes, absolutely. We have adopted a one-size-fits-all Kidget production factory system. What we have done is we have decided that every kid needs to be a carbon copy of the kid before him. Why? Like, the school lost their fucking mind. My daughter did not want to take a 4th quarter of Avid. My daughter is bored to shit in the class. She wanted to go into the engineering class. So my daughter went to the engineering teacher and said, if I drop Avid 4th quarter, can I take, because they're quarter-long classes. She's like, if I drop Avid, can I join your engineering class? The teacher said, yes, I'd love to have you. So my daughter came home, talked to me. We told the school, yeah, she can do it. The school was mad because Avid is their like pet project, their pet college prep program. And now they have to report, now they have to report that she dropped out. Ears last longer than eyes. Actually, that's not true. Maybe for you. There are some people that are audio learners, some people that are visual learners, some people that are internal learners, some people that are They want to communicate. There's Howard Gardner. I'm not talking about the neuroscience piece that's been debunked. I'm talking about only the application for educational purposes. The multiple modes of intelligence. Yes, the neuroscience behind it has all been debunked. The last time I didn't say that, somebody got all bent out of shape. But the material presentation aspect is amazing, because if you have a group of kids that are talkers, they might not learn from lecture because they're bored out of their fucking minds. Meanwhile, I've had classes where the class is just programmed to sit and listen to lecture. I hate teaching that style. That's why, right? I like interpersonal communication. That's why my stream is set up to have so much of it. I don't care if a person is wrong. I don't care if a person has a position. As long as I can get through to how they're trying to get to that point, I'm good with that. I'm going to try to convince them, if not to change their position, to strengthen their position by research. But no, the school lost their fucking mind. Why would you be mad? Why would you be mad because a kid wants to drop a class that the kid doesn't feel is advantageous to them? Fragments that you need sane people to pull people back to normalcy, or would be fascist like Nick Fuentes. Oh yeah. I saw somebody said, what do I think will happen to MAGA? Do they latch onto someone else or fade away? MAGA needs to fade away. MAGA needs to fail away now that Charlie Kirk has been killed, because Charlie Kirk was the logical heir apparent to the MAGA movement, because he was the scaffolding around the Republican Party, which includes MAGA. I used to say, make America great again. Then Donald Trump, I want to make America great again. Then Donald Trump made it his catchphrase, and now it's like, I want to make America decent again. So how do they get their opinions across? It's not about people getting their opinion across. You and I are never going to agree on some things. But you're like, these things happened. Okay, well, what about these things? You know what the simplest way is? The simplest way to answer that is, don't fight about shit that's irrelevant. Be like, yeah, condemn Donald Trump too. What the Ayatollah did is dog shit. What Netanyahu is doing is bullshit. What Putin is doing is bullshit. What Trump is doing is bullshit. Be like, yeah, it's all bullshit. Throw it all in together. And then we get, okay, we're all good. Okay, so why are we spending American taxpayer money fixing Iran? Shit. We shouldn't be. We should fix America first. How do we fix America? Stop taxing people. Stop wasting money. Let people get their feet under them. Go to the rich. You're the fucking president of the United States. You telling me you can't go to like the 20 richest people in America and be like, hey, come here. Hey, you know this thing that you guys used to have like X amount of wealth, and now you have even more wealth? Spread some wealth out among the people. Why? Oh, because the people are getting ready to fucking rise up and fucking eat you. That's why. I think it would be a wise idea. I don't know if I've shown this several times, but this is the wealth in America about middle of last year. This is about where we were. If the rich people in America can't recognize why this is a problem, then I can't really help them. They want to get eaten. This is 50% of the people, right? That line right there, that line represents 50% of the people. These two colors represent 90% of the people. 90% of the people are sharing 32.8% of the wealth. We need to get back to, about right here. We need to get back to somewhere in around there. You got to get the poor people the bottom 50% have to have a little bit more access than 2.5% of the money. And you need a middle class. Now, you asked me the classic question. How much should the 1% be taxed? No more than 38%. We don't need, what we need to do to fix this economy isn't lower interest rates, isn't replace Jerome Powell, isn't tariffs, isn't all. Number one, we need to order banks. We need to order banks that in order to remain FDIC insured, banks can only operate on 50% fractional lending to one tier. No tax on stocks. No tax on stocks. The answer to the fucking problem is not more tax. If I give you $100 and you waste 90 of it, and I give you $1,000 and you waste 900 of it, then why the fuck do I think anything is going to be different if I give you $10,000? Who gives a shit where their money is? The rich are not the fucking piggy bank. First of all, Elon Musk is not worth $735 billion, and people got to stop fucking saying that. Elon Musk has a potential wealth of $735 billion. For Elon Musk to be taxed $8 billion, he would have to liquidate approximately $12 billion worth of money. And by doing that, all of whichever stocks he sold would drop in price. So you have Elon Musk at $735 billion. And you want to tax him 8. And he has to sell about 12 in order to get that. Because as he sells a few shares, the price goes down. Because he's not selling just a few, he's selling blocks. So as he sells some stock, the price goes down, so he has to sell more stock, so the price goes down. Then he's got to cover, brokerage costs and transaction fees. So he's got to sell about $12 billion worth of stock to get you the 8 that you want to cover. So now some people would say, well, we take away 8, well, we're really taking away 12. So he'd still be worth $723 billion. But the answer is he wouldn't be. Because all of his stocks would have pulled down as he's selling off blocks. So now he's potentially worth $675 billion. But how do you tax him $8 billion if he liquidated and now his value is $675? So you fuck the market in order for him to get 8 in liquidity, and now he only owes, let's say, 7. Now he's got $1 billion in fucking cash sitting around. Well, guess what? Now you forced him to have $1 billion in cash sitting around. That's already post-tax money. Now you're never getting any more fucking tax out of him. Well, we'll tax him again next year. How many fucking times do you think you're going to tax him and trash the fucking market before everybody looks at you and says, well, this is a bad fucking idea? If you tax stocks more, you also hurt the ability for lower income people to gain wealth because stocks are a major generator of wealth, whether they are privately owned or publicly. Correct. Cuba's electrical grid just completely collapsed because they're out of fuel. But Donald Trump isn't a bastard. Donald Trump is responsible for Cuba being out of fuel. I mean, now kids will die, but we won't paint him as the villain. He is, though. That is the arbitrary number we assign to those stocks, but it's not arbitrary. And if he sold to another company, he would probably get around there. Right, but here's the problem, right? Elon Musk has $735 billion worth of stock, right? He already gets taxed. He gets taxed on this when he sells those shares. He already pays tax proportionally to when he sells those shares of stock. What if he traded them? Then he doesn't have money yet, does he? See, what people are forgetting is that I have $1 worth of stock. I sell it and I buy another $1 worth of stock. Where did my fucking liquid capital on hand go up? No, trade isn't exempt from taxes. My question for you is, where did his liquid hard currency resources go up? You don't tax potential wealth. You tax tangible wealth. So all he did over here was sell an asset and buy another asset. He potentially made money, but none of it came down to him. So that's why there's no tax yet, because he doesn't have it. And that's because people don't understand the stock market. So say you taxed him $8 billion this year and the stock market collapses. Does he get to come back next year and say, oh, because I lost $500 billion, you owe me $40 billion in cash? No. People don't know that, sure, he's got all that money. Yeah, people in Congress want to pass a tax on unrealized gains, and I lobby against it because I have unrealized gains. I don't want to have to fuck about, and I'm sure somebody's going to say, oh, well, they're going to put a threshold on it. Yeah, and I'm still going to have to do the fucking calculation every year. Elon Musk has more money than the next 3 rich people combined until he needs to access it. Until I put a gun to his fucking head and I say, if you don't give me $400 billion in cash, I kill you. And then he's like, well, you might as well fucking kill me because I don't have $400 billion in liquidity. Because remember, if Elon Musk said, I'm tired of America, I'm going to liquidate everything, I'm going to pay my one-time exit tax, and I'm leaving, Elon Musk would leave with maybe 150, 175 billion. The government would get about 100 billion, and the rest of the money would be fucking pissed away as the stock markets would collapse. As Starlink and Tesla, they'd all be worth nothing. Part of our problem, you don't think he would sell? Elon Musk sells stock occasionally to pay his fucking taxes and to pay his loans. If you want to stop the rich people from doing what they do, it's not about going after trusts, because again, the guy in the fucking cowboy hat and cowboy boots is telling you what a great thing the trust is. Why am I listening to a fucking guy in a cowboy hat and cowboy boots about a trust? Do I have $13.9 million worth of assets? No, then a trust doesn't matter to me. Is my house worth more than $650,000? No, then a trust doesn't matter to me. Quite simply put, trusts for people that are less than $15 million are a waste of fucking money, and they set you up for a lot of potential points of double taxation. Because you, as the executor of the trust, can't benefit tangibly from the trust. And if you do, that's a taxable resource. I don't own my car, my trust owns my car. Who drives your car? I do. For what trust business? For all my daily business. Great. You have to take the value of that vehicle, the mileage, the insurance. All those are considered in-kind compensation. The trust is paying you in kind. No, that's not true. I'm fucking afraid it is true, my friend. Why do you think Paradox, the organization, doesn't own a vehicle? If it was as simple as putting an asset into the company and then not having to deal with any of the other shit. But if he sold to a company, I'm sure they would pay more than 175 billion. No, they wouldn't. Because remember, a company has a total value. It is worth how much today? It also has potential value. How much is it worth tomorrow? The problem is Elon doesn't own 100% of anything other than X. When Elon starts selling shares of Tesla, the price goes down, which means other people have sell orders. Their sell orders execute, and the price goes down. And the other people have a lower sell order, and the price goes down. It would be a great world if a company, one share of stock was valued at the company's value of 1 over X. I own 1 share of stock. There's 100 shares of stock. Each share of stock is worth 1% of the company. That'd be fucking amazing. That's not what we have. It's not about taxing the rich people on wealth they don't have. It is about, right here, it is about not pissing away money. What it's about, so the person was like, is there a point to all this? Yeah. I don't like the fact that 18 to 19 and a half cents out of every tax dollar goes to pay interest on the national debt. If Elon sold his company to another company and the share price was 50, the buyout would usually be 55 or 60. No, the buyout would be 45 or 40, 43, 47. Remember, the buying company, unless they're doing a hostile takeover, the buying company needs some profit. You're talking about a hostile takeover situation where I already own, which nearly happened to Disney not long ago. An organization had 15% of Disney stock, and they were trying to buy shares of stock. Well, they wanted to buy votes for the board, so they didn't care about the price, because they knew as soon as they realized they weren't going to win, they liquidated all their shares and they still made money. Generally, when you're doing a transfer, you're not going to offer over because there's no profit for you. Now, if there's value in the company to you, but not to the company, then you might buy over because you're buying something that they can't capitalize on. But if you spent $10 over a share, how are you going to make money? Because you're talking about a 20% push. You know, when we were teens, the budget was balanced and we only owed like 2 to 3 children. Yeah. The problem is this: the United States has become a charity organization. I'm not against what Donald Trump did by clawing through the State Department's budget and getting rid of some shit. Like, why are we paying for transgender studies in Brazil? Yeah, you've seen hostile buyouts. You've seen hostile buyouts. Yeah, that's a great one. The Netflix Paramount deal for Warner Brothers turned into a bidding war until Netflix mysteriously backed out after speaking with the president. It has nothing to do with speaking with the president. Leave the conspiracy shit at home. Netflix was gonna buy Warner Brothers at a price that made sense, not at any price. Netflix didn't need to acquire Warner Brothers to stay relevant. Paramount really needed to acquire Warner Brothers to stay relevant. This whole until they talk to the president thing, stop with the fucking conspiracy bullshit. The fucking president is, nobody takes the president seriously. Nobody. Well, I'm sure the MAGA people do, but that's their own mistake. Anyway, I rolled over 90 minutes late. I want to remind you, as long as you, some people, I don't agree with your outcomes, but I keep you around because I agree with your conviction. Some people, I think you need to say this shit to yourself and say, is what I'm saying actually making sense? As long as you have conviction in your argument, I respect that. We don't have to agree on the outcome. But when people don't have conviction in their argument, you're just saying shit to say shit. We've got enough noise in the ether. We don't need more noise in the ether. We need common sense back in the ether. In an ideal world, it should cost nothing. It should cost us absolutely nothing to do good works. It should not, like the woman who did the test where she called the local churches and said, my baby needs formula. It would be great if in an ideal world, churches could just fund everybody. But you give a mouse a cookie, it's going to want a glass of milk. If a church suddenly buys formula for one mom with one baby, pretty soon the church is buying 500 bottles of formula for 500 babies. And there's really only 400 babies, and somebody's taking advantage. Does the planet have too many people? Probably, absolutely. Do I like Western democracy? No, I do not. Do I like Western capitalism? No, I do not. Because I don't think it solves the problem with I don't think it solves the problem feeding people. Hungry kids can't learn to read. Kids are the most important resource we have. In 18 years, some people are going to say, I can't believe the world has gotten so much worse. And I'm going to say, well, what the fuck did you do to the schools? Anyway, I'll be back on Wednesday. I'll see you guys then.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gail, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination.